Chapter 1. It was the end of the world as we knew it again. The world outside pulsed with the rhythm of life once more. Despite the rain, commuters navigated the busy streets of Greenwich, seeking refuge in bustling coffee shops as the welcomed hum of traffic reverberated through the air. A cold burst of air hit Archie, waking him from his lucid daydream. The door to Drip Coffee hurriedly closed behind his next customer, and to his surprise it was Alan. Alan, who had been absent for what felt like an eternity. A wide grin crept across Archie's tired face. His steely eyes glistened. Today really did feel normal. "Alan, it's been too long," Archie exclaimed, happiness evident in his voice. "Archie, my friend," Alan replied warmly. "I've been hunkered down with the family in Essex. I have a place there, much safer, you know." Archie didn't know much about Alan, beyond their daily encounters. He liked his coffee black, with a flat white to follow, and always commented on the morning news. The reunion felt like a ray of sunshine, yet their conversation inevitably turned to the events that had shaken the world. "Absolutely crazy what's been going on, isn't it?" Alan whispered. "Tell me, Alan, who was it? The Chinese?" Archie responded, mockingly, a wry smile curling at the edges of his lips. "Don't be daft, we don't have that kind of technology, we are eons away from that type of stuff. It had to be extraterrestrial." Alan paused for breath, as if tired from having this conversation with every soul he had encountered. Archie could feel the weight of the conversation hanging over them. The events of the last year had left a mark on everyone, fear ever present at the back of their minds. Every nuclear facility, every military base and stronghold across the globe, surrounded by glowing blue light and eradicated in seconds, with no nuclear fallout? Alan reminded Archie, disbelief still plain to hear in his voice. "Across our oceans, in our deserts, in this bloody city." "I know." Archie hung his head, wondering how long it would be until that fateful day in February would disappear from everyday conversation. Military presence across our streets, our reserves called up, and near 24/7 patrol for almost a year. Rumor has it our Prime Minister, all world leaders in fact, also received a message. "Yeah, I heard," Archie chipped in. "We are not worthy of this world. It is time for the Great Reset." "That's the ticket, Archie. Glad to see you've got your sources too." Archie handed Alan his coffee and stuck out his hand. Glancing down, Alan smiled and took it. A solid handshake with an old acquaintance who he hadn't realized was really a friend. "What's the latest, Alan? Let's not allow old habits to die. What's the FT's take on the news of today? A combination of the race to become a nuclear power once more. Civil wars in full flow, with plenty of interference from ourselves, of course. Foolish." This is why Archie avoided the news. The depressing cycle of anxiety, death, and destruction wasn't good for the soul. He was always surprised that the UK government managed to hold on to control, but guessed the size and setup of the country had held it in good stead. The US was still in turmoil, pockets of civil wars across states were only just starting to simmer down. Mob mentality and riot culture was thriving there. In a way, the event had put the UK back on the geopolitical map. Once the morning rush had faded, Alan had made his way into the soulless void of Canary Wharf, and Archie had time to reflect. It's funny how everyone is acting normal, he thought. It had only been 10 months since the event, when the world stood still. The mass panic and fear, spiraling into anger whilst the government implemented rationing and curfews. A call back to the hardships our grandparents had lived through. It hadn't taken long for the overreaching arm of governmental control to hit boiling point with the nation. The largest marches on record took place, many breaking out into violence. There was so much bloodshed, so much anger, so much pain. Somehow, the democratic process of the UK managed to hold firm and prevail, for the first time building a government not just around one or two parties, but formed largely of individual candidates. Turns out it doesn't matter who you vote for, it always turns out the same. The world is full of empty promises, led by power-hungry novices, grappling for power for them, more power for the nation, always forgetting about the lives their people are living, the lives we try our best to smile and struggle through. Despite this, Archie couldn't help but wonder what the future had in store. Archie's mind wandered to the FT article Alan was quoting. How could we be interfering in wars and funneling our resources into nuclear arms again? The back of Archie's neck prickled. Had we learned nothing? A fresh blast of air brought Archie back to his surroundings. It was oddly cold for October. He thought. It was cold that fateful day in February too, and he couldn't shake that feeling that history was on the verge of repeating itself. Ah, Ren. Welcome back, my rock-riding friend. Your usual spot is free and your first coffee is on me. Oh, you spoil me. I'll be sad to get back to the States. Nobody makes coffee like you. It's what brings me back here most day. Ren's quirky Norwegian/American accent and mesmerizing eyes. One a deep seaweed green, with the other an amber that he swore sometimes flicked like fire in the light. Always captured Archie's attention. There was something fascinating about her. Hidden depths he'd yet to learn. Coffee for Ren. That's a terrible pun. And you really need to work on your handwriting, Archie. Rage against the espresso machine? Really? You'll never make it as a writer, Ren teased. Her smile playful as she accepted the cup, her thin pale hands reaching beyond the large baggy arms of her rage against the machine hoodie. The coffee, fragrant as ever, warmed her cold hands, offering her solace from the chill. She wondered briefly, why was it so cold in here? Then it happened. Chapter 2, The Great Reset. At exactly 10:14 a.m., a collective sigh echoed through the cafe, as if air had been decompressed from everybody's lungs. Panic etched into every customer's eyes. Archie grimaced. Ren gasped. The loud-talking Jim Buff Chris jolted to his feet. Wooden chairs screeched across the concrete floor. The clatter of cutlery filled the sudden silence as the television screen flickered into static. The room was plunged into darkness as the power abruptly cut. Chills tickled the customers' spines as Arctic air descended, reminiscent of that fateful day, February 5th. It's just a power cut. It's just a power cut, sweetie, a mother reassured her child. They all wished it was that simple. Formerly strangers, customers now found themselves drawn together. Seeking comfort, warmth, and safety in numbers, they huddled towards the back of the cafe. Chris strode towards the window, Archie slowly trailing behind him. Ren opted to stay by the coffee station. Filled with dread, Archie looked out. A lump in his throat made it hard to swallow. Dread gnawed his insides. He couldn't speak. Damn. It's happening again, Chris's voice rang out. A mixture of fear and anger. Thin streaks of light blue etched the skies above, radiating in patterns similar to the aurora borealis. They were breathtaking. The ground quivered beneath their feet, knocking Chris and Archie to their knees. The exact same conditions that surrounded the sites during the event. Archie's mind raced with thoughts of death and oblivion, and then an unexpected sense of peace washed over him, leaving an undercurrent of hope amidst the chaos. Then, with a deafening bang, darkness descended upon them all and a single voice echoed across the minds of the living. You continue to be unworthy. You have failed the Great Reset. The voice commanded, your world cannot continue to survive the scars your civilization leaves upon its soul. It is time for us to reshape your reality and hope that within the chaos, you may find a better path forward. We shall liberate this world from the shackles of mass destruction. The voice proclaimed, resolute. We shall infuse your atmosphere with the essence of our ever-expanding universe, unveiling the true nature of existence. Let the voice be your guide as you embark upon the next great era of your world. Embrace the magic, the wonder, and the mayhem that shall accompany this transformation. For it is through these trials that you shall forge a new destiny. The voice declared with a sense of authority and higher power. A crack of lightning suddenly deafened the world. Vision slowly faded from black to blue to reality. Archie struggled back to his feet, glancing back out through the window. The blue streaks of light now gone. The weather back to how it was and cars stood still in the usually bustling streets. Drivers held onto their steering wheels, knuckles white, mouths agape. Nobody knew what to say. Nobody knew what to do. The world simply paused. Slowly, engine ignition started to kick. Traffic once more began to flow. Across the coffee shop, customers and staff consoled each other, whilst machines began to whir and power returned. The TV sprung to life, eyes widened as they stared at the scenes being shown. Aerial shots showed rolling film of Canary Wharf. At least where Canary Wharf used to be. The landscape had undergone a transformation. rendering the once lifeless gray towers and office blocks into a mere memory. In their absence, a new vista unfolded before their eyes. A blend of architectural marvels lay before them, reminiscent of medieval castles and forts, entwined with a rich tapestry of nature. Vines cascaded down the walls of the elegant white stone, with flowers, rich in color, bursting from every crevice. A scene so beautiful it must have been born of magic captured the hearts of all who saw it, a sense of wonder warming their hearts. The TV picture jerked. This is a government broadcast. We are requesting that all citizens return home if able, or seek shelter. This is a government broadcast. We are request that all citizens return home if able, or seek shelter. This is a government broadcast. We are request that all citizens return home if able, or seek shelter. The TV screen continued to repeat. Conversation erupted, customers commenting on what they'd seen, each building out more detail of the complex scenes they had tried to absorb. Some saw flying creatures on the perimeter of the fort. Some saw people or beings walking between the buildings. It felt impossible, like a twisted dream, but the impossible had happened before. A car began to accelerate loudly by the coffee house, veering off course, crashing into a nearby lamppost. The driver leaping out of their vehicle and without looking back sprinting in the direction of the Naval College, fear and panic alive in his eyes. Archie craned his neck, Chris heading to the door to tackle his fear and hesitation. Head on. Steeling himself, he walked onto the street, Archie close behind, peering out from behind his companion's broad shoulders. Holy shit! What? Archie gulped. He locked eyes with a creature that must have been 200 meters away, but he knew it was staring at him. He was paralyzed, filled with adrenaline. The creature put down its toy and roared in the direction of the coffee house. With a whimper, Chris pushed past Archie and headed back inside. Everybody hide. Quick, he whispered, the sense of urgency clear. What are you doing? Get back here, screamed Wren. Archie quite simply could not move. The creature lumbered towards him, a cross between trolls and goblins that had been described in fairy tales for centuries and maybe, just maybe, mixed with a regular garden worm. Probably the wrong time to be thinking that, Archie thought to himself. Now is not the time for stupid thoughts, Archie said to himself. The creature's dark blue exterior faded to turquoise around its chest, lending it an otherworldly demeanor. Towering muscular hind legs pushed the creature upwards of 9 feet tall. It was as broad as a military Humvee. Sheer bulk and power emanated from it, striking a primal fear into Archie's heart. Its claws, black as night, scraped against the concrete like nails on a board. Its small round mouth, brimming with razor-sharp teeth, emitted guttural breaths. Warm air rising through the unusually cold October air. Beady yellow eyes transfixed on Archie. He could sense its intelligence. This was no mindless beast. Archie finally looked away, as a puddle of blood slowly emerged from a lifeless body, strewn by the side of the creature. It was no toy. The creature balked and its lumbering walk turned into an all-out sprint, thick talons scrabbling at the road in rapid succession. It was as if the creature was being prompted to take action, reacting to Archie as a threat. Archie's world faded to black. Well, this is bad timing, he moaned as his eyes slid shut. Silence. Am I dead? Archie Elliott, whispered a voice. God. I am the voice of this world, the voice stated. And you are awakened. The unquestionable powers of this universe has granted you a new role. You have been assigned the role of thief. I'm sorry, what? Archie thought back, confused. Who is this? What is this? His blank mind began to return to the land of the living. What was colorless now turned to black, white writing staring back at him, etching itself into his mind. He knew the words were there, but it was almost as if they were imprinting themselves on his soul. Archie Elliott. Role? Thief. Level 0. Specialism, none. Weapons, pending. Abilities, 1. Proficiencies, 3. Ability 1, lockpick. Pick any physical lock, must supply your own tools. Time to unpick dependent on lock complexity. Proficiency 1, small sharp object handling. Proficiency 2, evasiveness, heightened ability to dodge attacks. Proficiency 3, sleight of hand. His eyes snapped back to reality. Chapter 3, the small town of Thaxted. Mum, stay inside. Lock the door and don't answer it for anybody. I have a key. I'm coming to you now. I'll be there soon. I love you, whimpered Lara. I'm scared. I know, me too, Mum. We all are. Lara paused, gulping for breath. We have no clue what's going on, but I'm coming to you now and we'll get through this together. Just like last time, Lara's voice was strained, trying not to show the emotion, silent tears rolling down her lightly freckled face. I'm putting the phone down now, Mum, and coming right over. Be there soon. Lara had been plugging away on her spreadsheets, straight into the detail as usual. Her job as an actuary demanded deep analysis and unbroken concentration. Weighing up risk was her key skill. She lived and breathed it personally and professionally. Lara had worked away many years of her life, some of her friends pushing her to be more extrovert and adventurous. But she was happy. She had book club, had Saturday afternoons at the gym. A high income with no dependents also meant she could travel and see the world. Before the event, Lara had always preferred to be blended into a crowd, rather than center of attention. Occasionally she wished this could be different and often wondered, what if she had made different choices? What would her alternate self be doing now? Rushing down the stairs from her picturesque thatched cottage, Lara grabbed her car keys, scratching her antique mahogany side table, and burst out the door. No time to lock it. Forget everything inside. Something major is happening. Her go bag, already on her back, was all they needed. Lara had assembled the bag after the last event. It had their IDs and documentation, a large amount of cash, some spare clothes, and a survival kit she'd fashioned after reading books on the subject, alongside the 2 wilderness courses she had completed in the wake of the first event. She was ready and would not be caught out like last time. A career in weighing risks and coming up with appropriate strategies. She had her lessons learned from before, hunting knife ready in the glove box. It was time to leave. Reversing quickly, wing mirror cracking on the driveway post, she was on her way, racing towards the nearby village of Finchingfield. 11 minutes and she'll be with her mum. Lara counted them down, 2 minutes to go. No, what, why? Lara screamed, staring through the windscreen in disbelief. A military roadblock. How were they here so fast, she thought, and worse, why were they blocking off access to the village? Lara pulled to a slow roll, 2 armed military personnel beckoning her to stop as they approached the vehicle. Discreetly placing her bag into the footwell, Lara rolled down her window. Officer, what's happening? I need to get to my mum, Lara pleaded. She's elderly and needs help, her eyes wild with fear. I'm sorry, ma'am. We're under strict instruction to turn all traffic around from this area, the soldier replied sternly. Sensing Lara's frustration and panic, he tried to ease her. Don't worry. Please, we have a military presence containing the situation, he said, unsuccessfully trying to calm his voice. Everything will be fine. He couldn't look Lara in the eye when adding those last, slightly too delayed, words to his sentence. Am I allowed to park and wait at the lobby just back down the road? Lara said, defeat in her voice. I'd suggest you follow the road back to the village of Thaxted, ma'am. Right? Okay, replied Lara, full of resolve as she gritted her teeth. Lara was swiftly on her way back down the road, turning the corner and parked in the lay-by, hidden from view of the soldiers. Lara had grown up around these villages. She knew where all the walking trails were, knew the fields, and even better, she knew how to navigate them. Throwing her bag onto her back, changing into her running shoes and slipping the knife into the spare drinks holder of her backpack, she headed towards the turnstile, surrounded by overgrown bramble bushes. She had 1 mile left to drive, but this walk edged its way through woodland and fields, almost doubling the distance to just under 2 miles. Probably a good thing, she mused, as it would keep her well out of sight of the small military unit blockading the road. 1 foot in front of the other. Slow and steady wins the race. You don't want to twist an ankle and never get there, Lara huffed to herself as she pounded her runners through the damp and boggy walking trail. About half a mile from the village, gunshots began to echo across the sky. It felt as if Lara's stomach had dropped to the floor. Mum, she whimpered, momentarily pausing mid-stride. 1 large exhale, her eyes ablaze with resolve. Lara pushed forward, imaging the fear and loneliness her mother must be feeling. She had to get her safe. Emerging from the lush green countryside of Essex and onto the connecting road that led straight towards her local tea rooms and health center, Lara stumbled. Distracted by smoke beginning to billow from nearby buildings, their thatched roofs spreading flames like wildfire, ethereal blue streaks danced in the skies above. Her progress ground to a halt. The bridge that crossed the river running through the heart of the village was littered with corpses. There were 3 soldiers and 2 civilians, bodies strewn across the road, surrounded by pools of blood. Deep cuts slashed clumsily across their bodies and extremities. Lara was sick, her eyes blurred from the burn of the smoking rooftops. Coughing on her hands and knees, she looked forward towards the village green. There were 3 short and stocky goblin-like creatures wielding rusted blades, steadily walking towards a lone man holding a long sword. It was at this point Lara noticed 2 dead creatures on the green, missing limbs. Their green skin soaked darker with dark, wet yellow blood. Sharp, unfriendly teeth protruded from their open mouths. Long, thin noses decorated with thick slate rings. The man was breathing heavily, haggard from battle. Blood trickled down his strong jaw. The creatures began to giggle, taking large, broad slashes aimed lazily at the man whose sword started to wane in his hands, too heavy to continue to hold. Lara Hollingworth, whispered a voice, as Lara's mind turned blank and the world stood still. Lara did not reply. I am the voice of this world and you are awakened, the voice commanded with finality. You have been assigned the role of sorceress. Having already seen and felt too much to know this was not a dream, Lara would figure out the details later. She just needed to get back onto her feet and make it across the village green. No turning back. Darkness began to cloud her mind, rolling inwards to replace the nothingness. White words took form, etching themselves onto her soul. Lara Hollingsworth. Role: sorceress. Level 0. Specialism: none. Weapons: none. Abilities: 2. Proficiencies: 2. Ability 1. A burst of flame. Fire a short bolt of flame from the palms of your hand. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Stamina drain: moderate. Ability 2. Arcane shield. Protect yourself with a temporary shield that can take moderate damage. Appears for 2 seconds. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Stamina drain: minor. Shield regenerates over time. If it breaks, a full restoration will take 60 seconds and have moderate stamina drain. Proficiency 1. Resistance to the elements. Take less damage from elemental forces. Proficiency 2. Aptitude to rune magic. Learn runes spells up to 3 levels higher than your base level. Chapter 4. Flames in Finching Field. Lara's eyes danced like fire as her consciousness returned to the world. She shakily stood to her feet. Body filled with the resolve to get to her mother, she marched towards the fight. Normally she would have hesitated and thought through alternate routes to get there, ways to avoid the danger. But too much time had gone by and she felt her body surging with power, almost primal in nature, and for the first time in her life, aggression coursed through her veins. Jumping over the bodies, Lara's eyes glanced to the river, for soldiers were slowly making their way towards the green, guns raised and sights set. They opened fire. Loud shots echoed through the square and the creatures stumbled forwards. Lara knew immediately that something was different. The creatures had only stumbled forwards. They weren't dead. It's as if they'd been hit with a heavy BB gun, rather than an actual assault rifle. 2 of the goblins turned, annoyance written across their ugly faces, saliva falling from between sharp teeth and dark green gums. Shouting amongst themselves in a strange, high-pitched and snapping language, the 3 creatures began to coordinate. 1 goblin renewed their assault on the lone man, whilst the other 2 began to move towards the soldiers, their movements slow and haggard by a constant spray of bullets. Shielding their eyes with long, thin arms and sharp elbows, they advanced. It's not working, 1 soldier screamed over the gunfire, panic in his voice. He was thin, wearing a uniform slightly too big for him with thick curly ginger hair, matted with blood. The elder of the 3 steeled himself, taking out 2 large knives, 1 in each hand, ready to take the battle into its next phase of combat. Tears staining his 2 companions' faces, he prayed for a miracle as the goblins began to pick up their pace. His eyes were abruptly blinded, A wave of heat wheeled over his head, and his nostrils were stung by the strong smell of burning flesh. The goblin closest to him, maybe 10 paces away, wheeled in agony, ripping cloth from its dirty tunic, patting furiously at the side of its face. Shrieking violently, the other rushed by the soldier who presented no real threat, its eyes locked on something behind him. He turned to see a woman standing by the bridge with eyes of fire. Lara couldn't explain how she had conjured fire out of thin air, but it was almost as if it was second nature. The same way your hand would automatically rise to swat away a fly in the summer heat. The accuracy, well, that was more like dumb luck, but she was out of time and had to take a chance. As the second goblin reached her, it hurriedly slashed a rusted blade towards Lara's gut. She took a jump backward, avoiding the strike, and tried to invoke the flame once more to no avail. Cool down. Shit, Lara cursed as she braced for the next blow. The jagged blade loomed over her and came crashing down. A low thud rang out and her forearms began to vibrate. She knelt down and intuitively raised her arms in a cross towards the threat. A large violet shield with otherworldly markings hovered above her, blocking the blow and causing soft vibrations to radiate outwards, ruffling the nearby foliage. Staggering backwards, the goblin's fish-like eyes widened, shocked by the events. It was small, at 5 foot tall, with long-reaching arms and strong sinewy muscles. Oversized hands with thin, gnarled fingers gripped its weapon. Green knuckles began to whiten as its grip strengthened, ready for the next attack. Lara was sprayed with watery yellow blood. The goblin let out a groan as its companion's blade bluntly cut into its neck. The lead soldier had taken one of their blades and struck it from behind. Spinning around, the goblin struck the soldier's face with a raging swipe. Long black fingernails raked his flesh, popping his left eye open. He fell to the ground, clutching his face, screaming. Another heat wave washed over him. His miracle continued to radiate wonder. Fire washed over the goblin's back. It fell to his knees beside him and gasped its last breath. "We got one," he said weakly to Lara, before slowly losing consciousness. The other 2 soldiers had scrambled over to their captain and were patting his wounds. The first goblin hit by Lara's spell had now got back to their feet, fury written across its face. Only a few more seconds and Lara would be able to hit them with another blast. She knew it was best to wait until they were closer. In the distance, the lone swordsman let out one final gasp. The third goblin's polearm had been driven straight through his chest. The man dropped to his knees, thin streaks of blue leaving his body, streaming upwards towards the sky. His long sword clattered to the ground and began to fade into faint blue wisps that dissipated into the air. Realizing that victory was close, the goblin with half a face, now blackened like ash, paused in its pursuit and waited. The larger goblin, bloodthirsty from its victory, strolled down the green, throwing its oversized polearm across its shoulder. Casually, it took a second blade from a holster on its leg and tossed it to the injured goblin, muttering something indistinguishable. Taking the knife, the second goblin bowed its head deeply and apologetically to its leader. They both began to snarl, all 4 of their eyes locked on Lara. "You should run," the curly-haired soldier stoically said to Lara. "We can buy you time." "And leave you to die?" Lara retorted. "I don't know why I've been chosen or whatever this is that's happened to me. But it's happened for a reason. Grab that rusted sword. It seems that their own blades can cut them, but our metals can't. I'm not sure why, but your commander saved me with that very blade," Lara said. Hearing how stern her voice surprised her. She never normally took command of a high adrenaline situation like this. "If you can hold off the big one at least for a few seconds, I think one more blast of fire might finish off the second." Lara panted, searching for breath. "Then we're going to have to get a bit lucky." The 2 goblins were more intelligent than Lara had realized. They slowly marched towards the group, weapons held out defensively as they approached. Once they were within striking distance, Lara readied her palms, pointed them to her target, and channeled the fire that was burning inside her. A huge ball of flames bolted from her palms and headed straight for the burnt goblin. To everyone's shock and dismay, the larger goblin parried the fireball with its polearm, sending the flames off course into an adjacent building. The goblin's lips curled into a dangerous smirk and they lunged forwards. Throwing an arcane shield to protect them, Lara took the combined strikes of the polearm and short sword, cracks beginning to appear in the ethereal and translucent purple shield. It wouldn't be able to continue taking hits like this, Lara panicked. The remaining soldiers sprung into action, handguns firing to stagger the larger goblin backwards. Gus, the soldier with curly, ginger hair, found his courage and caught the edge of the goblin's knee with the rusted blade. Pierced the skin, the goblin howled in pain and leapt backwards. Meanwhile, Lara was doing her best to avoid the wrath of the goblin she'd burned as it hacked and swiped the air around her in a blur of rage. Its patience and strategy had worn thin, and it was attacking Lara in a frenzy. Slash after slash, Lara's shield was slowly starting to break. Dodging blows between cooldowns, Lara was almost backed into a corner. Another wave of heat washed over the village. Her cooldown had finally reset. The injured goblin couldn't take more damage and was hit square in the chest by the ball of fire projected from Lara. It died instantly, hitting the ground with a thud. Grabbing the short sword, Lara threw it towards the feet of the soldier with the gun that was laying suppressing fire on the larger goblin. It was 3 versus 1 now, odds felt in their favor. The two soldiers had weapons that could actually hurt or even kill the creature, and Lara had, well, she thought magic. There was no other word to describe it. If we survive this, we're going to have one hell of an adventure finding out what the heck is going on, she said, seemingly to herself. The two soldiers were in an all-out bladed fight against the goblin leader, although it was an unfair playing field. The goblin's strength was overwhelming. Each swing of the polearm caused the soldiers' weapons to clatter back wildly, leaving them off balance and unable to counter. I need 30 seconds, Lara shouted. The fire takes time to reset. We're try, Gus yelled back. Words cut off as his squadmate's throat was torn open by a rapid thrust of the polearm. It happened in a blur, as if the goblin was tapping into its own type of ability. A rapid lunge and leap backwards happened in seconds. No! Gus cried out as his partner fell backwards, clutching hopelessly at the gaping hole left by the goblin's blade. In no time at all, the goblin ran forwards to capitalize on the break in Lara and Gus's composure. Lara continued to throw out her shield and deflected a series of rapid blows, her raw arcane power continuing to crack under the barrage. Lara could feel the energy being drained out of her with every spell, every time the shield was struck. Finally, her shield shattered like glass, the after effect knocking the attacking goblin backwards. Gus seized his opportunity and sliced the injured leg more deeply, causing the goblin to lean heavily to one side. Flickering flames flew by Gus's eyes and hit the goblin's left arm, causing it to drop its polearm. Limping towards the stream that ran through the village, the goblin fell back from the bridge. With a splash, it landed into the flowing water. The smell of burned flesh seared the nostrils of Gus and Lara. They both knew it wasn't over yet. Lara fell to one knee. She'd exhausted herself. The spells took stamina and she was all out. She knew this. There was no heads-up display or energy bar, but an innate feeling. She was tapped out, she needed to rest. The sound of thick claws scrabbling at stone and the splashes of water as the creature emerged onto the stream's bank struck fear into Lara's heart. Her vision began to blur, and the last thing she heard was Gus assuring her, "I'll do everything I can." Chapter 5. Dance like nobody is watching. Naveed Hakimi. Role: Spirit Dancer. Level 0. Specialism: none. Weapons: none. Abilities: 2. Proficiencies: 2. Ability 1. The Song of Encore. Send out a cosmic blast that transcends the laws of physics, passing through buildings and pushing outwards to a 1-mile radius. Chosen: allies hit by the blast will find their stamina levels rejuvenated. Allies can be limited to your party or your race. Cast time 1 minute, cooldown 12 hours, stamina drain high. Ability 2. Shy Away. Meld into your surroundings temporarily, hiding your presence from everyone. All threats you pose to others will seemingly disappear. Effect will last for 15 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. Stamina drain moderate. Proficiency 1. Keeping pace. Your natural baseline stamina always operates 1 level higher than your current level. Proficiency 2. Musically gifted. You may choose an instrument and be imbued with the talent to play it at expert level. Naveed awoke, lay on the couch, his small pot belly hanging out just below his t-shirt. His noise-canceling headphones continued to blast Lizzo, which had now been on loop for hours. Well, that was a weird nap, Naveed chuckled to himself. He stretched his arms above his head and let out a contented sigh. Ambling towards the kitchen, he could smell the fresh pot of coffee he'd brewed earlier. A wide grin spread across his face. He couldn't wait to leave home and go to university. His normally strict religious parents had left for a week-long trip to visit family in Newcastle, and this is what freedom felt like. With each mile they drove, his sense of freedom got stronger. His first night was spent in his boxers gaming, and his first morning was spent spinning around the house dancing and singing. This was a vastly different setting to the hurried morning prayers that usually echoed around his house each day. His off-key singing and sporadic dancing was a much-needed break from his usually fully regimented life. He was off to study law in the coming months, but smirked as he fully intended to switch to drama in his first year. Music. Lizzo Stayin' Alive. Cover. As the next track began to ring out through his headset, an irresistible urge to dance surged through Naveed's body. This wasn't his usual urge to dance. Something different was stirring within him. A gentle tugging deep within his core began to blossom outwards. An intangible energy he couldn't perceive with his senses began to emanate from his body. Wait a sec, Naveed muttered to himself, brow creased in confusion. Am I high? The thought was quickly dismissed. Whatever this sensation was, it felt incredible. Rolling with the punches, he launched into a full dance routine, mimicking moves from Stayin' Alive, along with a few of his own signature spin moves. From the glimpses he saw in the mirror, he was impressed, although he did muse as to why he had such raw energy this early in the day. Whilst Naveed danced, the energy he was radiating seemed to intensify, and then with one final surge it dissipated away. Immediately, Naveed slumped over, struck by a sudden wave of exhaustion. His thick, curly black hair fell across his forehead, his olive skin soaked in sweat. Panting and gasping for breath, Naveed spoke to himself, "Good God, you need to get in better shape." Right there, in the center of his living room, he curled into a ball and fell asleep. Metal blades clashed. Gus was barely hanging on, doing everything he could to delay the inevitable fate. Every hit he defended violently vibrated down his arms, and now they were at breaking point. Lara bolted upright, springing into action. In one fluid motion, she slid between Gus and the last remaining goblin. Raising her forearm overhead, an arcane shield materialized before their eyes. A shimmering barrier of pure energy met the descending blade of the creature. The impact of the blade sent the goblin backwards, its beady eyes widening in surprise that Lara was back on her feet. Just moments ago, she was almost unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, Lara unleashed a huge blast of fire. Flames streaming from the palms of her hands, they streaked like a comet and landed right in the center of the goblin's chest. The creature let out a blood-curdling shriek as the flames engulfed its body. Slowly, it fell to the ground, lifeless eyes staring back at Lara. Lara's vision once more went dark, white writing ingraining itself into her soul yet again. Lara Hollingsworth. Role: Sorceress, Level 1. Specialism: none. Weapons: none. Abilities: 2. Proficiencies: 3. New proficiency: Mana Infused. Your spells no longer take physical effort that reduce your stamina. You've been infused with a base level of mana. Mana is now the source energy for spell casting and is replenished over time through rest or alternate sources. As the words began to fade, reality took their place. The distant sound of helicopters drawing closer put her on edge. She was smart and knew she had to hide. She turned, wild-eyed looking at Gus. "I know," he croaked. "I'll tell them I'm the last man standing and only survived because of him," he said, pointing towards the man who died bravely trying to defend the soldiers. Outmatched 3-1. "You need to get out of here. Fast," Gus said, looking at Lara pleadingly. He was a good man, she knew she could trust him. "Okay," Lara said hurriedly, "thank you." Lara grabbed her bag from the bridge and sprinted across the green, strangely still full of energy. She ran the final kilometer towards her mother's house in a full sprint. Scrambling for her keys, she hurried through the door. "Mum," Lara screamed. "I'm here, sweetheart. I'm here," her mother's voice cracked with relief. They embraced in a deep and emotional hug. Lara's mother relaying everything she had heard, the sound of gunshots and screaming, whilst clutching her walking stick tightly out of sight in her overly floral bedroom. It's all over now, Mum, silent tears running down her cheeks, gripping her mother tightly. I know it's scary, but the military are coming, and they're going to take you to a very safe and special place. It sounds like a silly thing, Mum, but when they knock on this door, you need to answer it and tell them you're home alone. Do everything they ask and make sure you keep your phone fully charged. I've put some money and fully charged battery packs in your purse. Lara's voice cracked despite her efforts to sound casual. After some back and forth with her mother, Lara managed to convince her what to do, helping her pack some clothes and food in a bag for her to take with her. Lara could not take the chance of being discovered. Who knew what type of military and governmental testing she'd be subjected to if she fell into the wrong hands? There were too many people hiding in their homes, curtains twitching whilst the battle took place on the local village green, too many witnesses. She had to figure out what was happening to her, to the world. In a fresh set of clothes, Lara slipped out of the back door. She needed to navigate her way to the area she felt a connection to during the battle. She knew her energy didn't just return without some sort of help. There had been a tug at her soul as if it was being replenished with energy from someone or something. With no real idea of what or who she was looking for, she headed northeast, avoiding the local green and moving towards the old windmill at the edge of town. There was plenty of farmland, a stream, and various escape routes. Filled with confusion but searching for answers, Lara strode on. Chapter 6. A thief? You have to be kidding me. As Archie's eyes came into focus, they widened in horror. The troll was scrambling towards him at rapid pace, fury across its monstrous face. What the faux dash? Archie gasped as a window shattered above him. Like something out of a movie, Chris was leaping through the air. A red and silver axe raised overhead. Timed perfectly, he brought it down towards the troll's head. It struck cleanly, leaving a huge gash through its jaw, splashing thick dark green blood across the pavement. The troll staggered and dropped to one knee, rounding on Chris, who gripped onto the axe tightly, determination in his eyes. Get inside, Archie. I can't explain. The creature regained composure. The left side of its jaw hung loosely. With a guttural roar, it began a frenzied assault on Chris. The blade of the axe swung with swift flashes, leaving deep gashes across the forearms of the troll. However, many of his attacks were deflected by its thick black talons, seemingly impervious to the blade. Whilst Chris had speed on his side, the overwhelming strength and size of the troll was proving too much. Glancing towards the cafe, filled with petrified onlookers, Chris leapt over the troll once more and began to edge away, beckoning the creature towards him. As it turned, he noticed its jaw had begun to slowly reattach itself, the deep wounds on the forearms slowly beginning to close. Defeat flashed, momentarily, in his eyes. Archie understood. Chris had gained some sort of power, clearly something much better and stronger than him, that was for certain. The troll too, clearly being otherworldly, also had its own innate abilities. I'm a thief that's good at handling sharp objects, and he gets a damn axe and that thing has superpowers, he whispered to himself. Archie rushed towards the coffee shop, shouting for everyone to get back away from the windows. Everyone was shell-shocked, gripped in silent panic. Archie pushed his way through towards the kitchen, searching for the largest and sharpest knives he could find. With a knife in every pocket and one in each hand, he braced himself for what was to come. When he emerged from the coffee shop, Chris was in a bad way. The sharp talons of the troll had raked across his back, losing blood. Growing paler by the minute, he was beginning to falter on his feet. Archie sprinted down the street screaming as he went. The first blade he threw sailed through the air. As it did, he shouted, "Take this." He waited as the blade continued to spin. Then, with a thud, it struck. Landing handle first, the impact was nil and the knife bounced lamely off the back of the troll's head and onto the floor with a clatter. Stopping in its tracks, with a frustrated grunt, the creature turned and once again locked eyes with Archie. Glancing back briefly at Chris, it deemed Archie the bigger threat and began to move back towards Drip Coffee. Oh no! With shaky hands, Archie threw the second knife. Nothing. A third and a fourth quickly followed, with only one so much as scratching the troll's forearm, which were adeptly blocking each blade as they moved towards it. Feeling desperately in his pockets for anything, he was pricked by a small object in the front of his apron. Pulling it out, a long, thin piece of metal, He glanced down to find his latte art pen, something he used when bored and stretching the depths of his latte-making abilities. The world turned black once more. Archie Elliott. Role: Thief. Level 0. Specialism: None. Weapons: 1. Abilities: 1. Proficiencies: 3. New weapon: Latte art pen. Ability to conjure them at will. You'll never run out of your trusted latte art pens again. You have to be kidding me? He got a bloody X. Archie yelped out loud. The pen felt strange in his hand, almost like an extension of his body. He handled it with ease. Instinctively, Archie steadied his breath and waited. 30 steps, 20 steps away. The talons continued to scratch at the floor. 15 steps, 10. Now. He flung the pen with such force and precision it was almost undetectable. Too fast to block at that distance, it landed with a squelch, piercing the troll's right eye. It wheeled, whelping and thrashing the air manically. Archie leapt backwards, avoiding talons that lashed uncontrollably towards him. His timing was excellent. Shifting his body weight, he remained steady on his feet. Evasiveness, Archie mumbled to himself, briefly thinking back on all the times he'd failed to ever be this coordinated in his life. Archie wished he had another pen, and just like that, one formed in his right hand. Gripping it between his index finger and thumb, he examined it as it came into existence, faint blue wisps dispersing into the air. Wow, Archie gasped. Flinging it with accuracy and power, it moved towards the troll's left eye. But it was moving too wildly. At the last minute, it turned its head. The pen landed deeply and stuck into its cheek. Another, 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 another. The troll now had 6 latte art pens protruding from various areas of its face, head and neck. Covering its remaining eye with a bulky forearm, it began to walk towards Archie, recomposing itself. Unsure what to do, Archie continued to fling his pens. A large talon whipped towards his face. He dropped to one knee and pushed forwards through the legs of the creature and began to run towards Chris to get some distance. The troll had adapted its approach and continued to block every attack Archie had. Its arms now had dozens of tiny latte art pens deeply embedded. Smelling the panic, it began to dash forwards. Standing boldly between the beast and Chris, Archie grimaced and braced for impact. Warm dark blood showered him. Wiping at his eyes, he opened them to see Chris once more in front of him, his oversized axe dripping in blood. A large gash down the side of the troll's throat looked near fatal. It flailed and bounded into nearby cars, trampling them as it went. Chris quickly got to work, swinging his axe at the creature's Achilles. It fell to its knees. Then, with one more giant leap, his axe passed through its neck and crashed into the concrete. The world once more turned empty. More words fused into his soul. Archie Elliott. Role: Thief. Level 1. Specialism: None. Weapons: 1. Abilities: 2. Proficiencies: 3. New ability: Survivor. All damage from a fatal hit is negated. No stamina impact. Cooldown: 365 days. Chapter 7. Who is Damian Leasy? Archie's senses prickled as his consciousness returned. He could hear the chaos of the city. Distant gunfire, helicopters, and explosions echoed around him. Chris had managed to sit up. Relieved, Archie ran over to him. "You got abilities too?" Chris groaned. "Yeah. Are you going to be okay?" "I'll find help," Archie mumbled. The bell to drip coffee rang as the door was pulled open. Ren stood in the doorway, mouth agape. "Archie," she gasped. What is that? What's happened?" Chris had started to deteriorate, the deep wounds on his back not showing any signs of healing. One of the faces peering out from a shop window approached. An off-duty doctor. She quickly got to work, packing the wounds and tactically treating him with a medical supply kit someone else had brought over from the cafe. Thank you, she said frantically. "Now let me help you," she whispered gently to Chris. Archie brought Ren up to speed on what had happened. More faces appeared at windows, curious onlookers wandering onto the street. The sounds of the city kept everyone tense. Eventually, Chris began to improve. "So I got pointy little sticks and you get a magic axe," Archie chortled, trying to lighten the tension, wandering over to him whilst he flicked a latte art pen between his fingers. "Yeah, the voice said that I'm a warrior class and I have some abilities." Heroes leap and conjure axe, and just after that monster died, I got another. Something called Hero's Might, which passes my strength to an ally temporarily for 10 seconds. Chris said, in a daze, still recovering from the battle. I don't really know what else to say. This is nuts. Well, ain't that a thing, Chris? Archie grinned. I can pick locks and magic latte art pens out of thin air, and you get all of that. He paused, then added seriously though. Thank you. That wasn't all me, Archie. Don't talk yourself down. We did that, Chris said, pointing towards the creature's decapitated body, together. This was the first time Archie had ever killed anything. He looked at the body, the pool of blood, and felt nothing. He told himself it was the adrenaline. This would all hit him later on. Everything was so confusing he was struggling to feel anything. He was numb. A rumbling of vehicles got gradually louder, sirens ringing out above the city. Police and military vehicles rounded onto the street, approaching the scene with caution. Armed guards leaping out from the side of vehicles and shouted orders for everyone to remain calm and to move back indoors where possible. A medic came over to Chris. Examining him, she determined it best to transport him to a nearby temporary medical facility they had popped up by the Naval College. They helped him gingerly get to his feet. Chris followed her to a departing vehicle, patting Archie on the shoulder gently as he left. Unspoken recognition and thanks between them. Moments later, an unarmed man in civilian clothing was examining the troll and turned to Archie for an explanation. He was tall and oddly slender, wearing a casual white shirt with small light blue dots dotted unevenly, cream chinos, brown belt, and shoes. The most noticeable thing about him was his titanium-framed glasses that had clear lenses which sometimes, depending on the angle, looked solid white, reflecting the sunlight. How do you know I had anything to do with it? Archie said defensively. That might have given me a clue, he scoffed, pointing towards Archie's shirt, which was spattered in deep green blood. Finding a spare jacket and green military shirt, he helped Archie clean up and shared with him and Ren that the images seen on the TV were in fact real. Canary Wharf and other locations around the world had been razed to the ground and replaced with unknown towers, buildings, cities, and forests, all enchanted in some way. Creatures of all shapes, sizes, and mythologies had been appearing at random across the world. For those that saw the change happen in real life, they said it was as if an alternate reality had ripped into existence, solidifying into our world, whilst ours faded away. Almost as if swapping places, he continued. Archie and Ren's jaws were agape. They stood up to move, wanting to head towards Cutty Sark, which had a direct view of Canary Wharf, with only the River Thames between them. Slowly placing his hand on Archie's arm, the unnamed man settled them both back down. We're creating a secure perimeter around the Thames and surrounding areas of Canary Wharf. There are other sites across the UK, Europe, and rest of the world all going through the same thing, the man said. What's going on? Archie replied. We're all learning as we're going. There's been reports of foreign creatures appearing in pockets, outside of these areas too. Every single resource we have is stretched thin trying to get people to safety and figure this out, the man said, his voice shallow and exasperated. He continued, we've heard from a few onlookers that you had something to do with bringing this thing down. Nice work. We're bringing you in to answer a couple of questions. I can answer questions here? Archie said hesitantly. Thinking back over the last 15 minutes, he hadn't actually seen or heard this guy speak to anybody else. He'd come straight over to Archie, Ren, and Chris. No can do, my friend. I'm with the service and we're trying to pool together all of our information. You'll have to come with us. It's not a request, pausing after seeing the hesitation in Archie. He added, don't worry, you're not in trouble. You've done a real service to your country here. Panicked, Ren chipped in, let me come with him. I saw everything happen. Have it your way. If you could both get into the back of the van over there, we'll get on our way and back to safety. I'm Damien Leasy. With that, Archie and Ren followed Damien to the armored van. Once in the back, the lock of the door was turned and bolted shut, making Archie's heart shudder. We'll be okay, Archie. Don't worry, Ren said, smiling kindly. I just know it. Chapter 8. Let's bail. Archie and Ren had been in the back of the military vehicle for over an hour, their ears pressed towards the driver's cabin. They were gleaning key insights into what was happening around the world. The internet was down, GPS was no longer reliable, and lines of communication were intermittent at best. The driver and Damien were discussing the need for regaining control across London. It seemed like beasts were spawning at random, passing through strange blue rips in our reality. Various locations across the UK had simply vanished and been replaced with strongholds, villages, forests, and more, all yet unexplored and full of mystery. Damien mentioned to the driver that the military focus was on creating perimeters around all known sites. Planes fired overhead towards the city, deafening loud. Ren and Archie cowered. Banging against the metal, Archie shouted, "Where are you taking us?" "To safety, away from the city. We have an RAF base where we're taking impacted civilians. You'll both be safe at Wethersfield." After some time passed, they overheard the driver ask, "I reckon those two have abilities then?" And all went quiet as Damien and the driver began to speak in hushed tones. Impossible to hear more. Ren whispered, "I don't think this is going to be safe for you, Archie. They must know something. We have to get out of here." Peering between the bars at the rear of the van, Archie saw the large padlock securing the bolted door. Intuitively, he knew what to do. Conjuring a latte art pen, sliding his right arm between the bars, he got to work and began to unpick the padlock. After a minute or two of struggling, the lock popped open and the bolt loosened. They bided their time, gently opening the van doors. They tied them together with Archie's jacket to prevent them from slamming together or opening too widely. Soon they found themselves surrounded by tall yellow rapeseed crops. They took their chance and took leaps of faith, each tumbling to the ground, scraping, cutting and bruising themselves as they rolled. Ignoring the pain, they leapt into the crops. Silent prayers passed between them as they hoped their escape hadn't been spotted by a glance at the wing mirror. Not sure where or what direction they were headed, they both ran as quickly as they could through the crops. Eventually, they saw the roofs of another town, which they'd later learn was called Great Bardfield. Sitting between the tall yellow crops, they caught their breath. "I'm scared, Archie. My phone has no signal. I want to call my father." "Me too. I don't know what to do. I don't know what has happened to me." "These things you can do, how?" Archie went on to explain to Ren the awakening he had, and eventually they hatched a plan. Between them, they had some cash and would make their way through to the town in the hope of finding an outdoor goods shop. They'd landed on a plan to get as many hiking supplies as they could and walk out into the countryside, camping away from cities and towns until some order was restored. They both had only a few friends and their families were scattered across the world, uncontactable for at least the near future. London seemed off limits from what they'd overheard too. For now, this would have to do. Archie had camped somewhere near here before. That was their objective for today. Crouching, they made their way to the edge of the field and stepped out. Gingerly walking through the streets, the town was silent. People staring through windows, unsure on what to do next. Eventually, the roads began to sound busier. There was shouting in the distance and the sounds of windows breaking. "Looting or something more ominous already," Archie mumbled. "We should turn back," Ren fretted. "No, let's press on. We need some supplies. Something to keep us going." Once quaint storefronts had been exposed to chaos. Looting and mob culture had prevailed here already. Hooded figures, faces obscured by masks and shadows, ran frantically between shops, their arms overflowing with stolen goods. Vans and cars lay by the side of the road, clumsily parked and being filled with watches, TVs, handbags, and other useless items. There were no flashing blue lights to pierce the chaos, no sirens to silence the crowds. These were going to be dark times once more. Small towns like this were now at the mercy of the masses. Ren emptied her bag of notes. "We need food, Archie." Her yellow Kraken bag was all they had to fill. They walked through the shattered glass windows of the local supermarket, a co-op. There were already handfuls of people running up and down the aisles, frantically filling their own bags. The floor littered with sweets, smashed glass, and red wine. People pushing past each other, no respect or care given. Ren stood close to Archie as they walked through the aisles, filling their bag with tins of food, water, cheese, and other basics that would get them through the next few days. As they exited the shop, the mobs of young, impressionable teenagers had become more rowdy. Working through the crowd, Archie was pushed aside. "What's a fine young thing like you doing with this weasel?" A fat, ogreish thug, arms laden with cheap tattoos, shouted, grabbing Ren by the arm. "Let me go," Ren whispered, exasperated as she struggled free. "Oh, you'll be plenty safer with me than him these days, sweetie," he snorted. Quick as a flash, Archie was on his feet. He'd managed to somehow evade the thug's fiendish friends from holding him back. Unsure how he had managed this, they looked at each other confused. Gripping the man's forearm tightly, Ren was free. She burst forwards. "Leave us alone? We're leaving. We don't want any trouble," Archie said as he gently nudged Ren to keep moving. Ren braced herself and continued walking away, back towards the fields they traversed. It felt safer there. Tears were rolling down Ren's cheeks. She felt so vulnerable and alone. It took her a minute to register the commotion behind her. "Shit, you actually stabbed him, Mikey," one man yelled to the group. "He had it coming," the tattoo-laden man retorted. As he slowly backed away, "We should get outta here anyway, boy." Ren glanced over. Archie was hunched over, clutching his side. Deep red blood oozed between his fingers, desperately trying to stem the flow. People began to flee, panicked, running over. Ren helped Archie to his feet and they hobbled away from the chaos that had surrounded them. The mob of thugs running off in every direction, nobody wanting to be tied to a potential murder. They'd managed to struggle through an alleyway between the supermarket and adjacent housing estate. Propped up behind large red commercial bins, out of sight, Archie's breath became increasingly haggard. As his vision blurred, he saw a piercing light. Slowly, his vision sharpened once more, his breathing suddenly feeling normal. Archie looked up to see Ren standing over him, her eyes literally glowing their natural hues, one green and one amber. Her hand was pressed over his wound and he felt a deep warmth pulsing throughout his body. Dropping to one knee by his side, Ren began to vomit. She was drenched in sweat and her already pale skin seemed even more ghostly than usual. Checking his body, Archie hurriedly wiped away at the blood and discovered his wound was completely sealed and only a faint scar remained. Ignoring the third miracle of the day, Archie placed his hand on Ren's back. He gently soothed her as sickness was being purged from her body. The text was still fading from her mind, but it had already ingrained itself onto her soul. Ren. Role: Defensive Healer, Level 0. Specialism: None. Weapons: Pending. Abilities: 2. Proficiencies: 2. Ability 1: Healing Touch. Heal an ally. The worse the injury, the bigger the toll on your stamina. Healing a fatal blow could be fatal to you. Ability 2: Shield Blessing. Bless an ally with a temporary shield that negates low-medium damage. Shield lasts for 15 seconds and takes a minor amount of stamina. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Proficiency 1: 1 with nature. Your abilities gain a marginal power boost when used in woodland areas. Proficiency 2: Purge. Your body naturally purges toxins that could be damaging your body. This is an always-on passive ability. Chapter 9: Through the Fields. Ren was weak, exhausted, and her skin more ghostly than usual. Trembling, she got to her feet, delicately supported by Archie. "Come on, Ren. I think we need to get out of here," Archie said nervously as the sound of helicopters buzzed in the distance. "We need to find somewhere safe. There's a campsite near here, maybe an hour or two, and we can get there on foot. It's northish from here. I think hopefully cell towers will become operational again soon, so we can find out what's going on." Archie's tone grew bolder, comforted by the thought of a near-term plan. Ren and Archie set off, and slowly they began to amble through the nearby fields. Feeling safer out of sight, away from roads and prying eyes, they strode in silence, and after a while, having seen nobody and feeling adequately sheltered by a tree between two fields, they stopped. Grateful for the rest, Ren let out a deep sigh. The silence between them continued, Archie unsure whether to press on with conversation or not. With a furrowed brow, his mouth came open but was filled with words empty of any sound. Chuckling, Ren snorted, "Stop pouting like a fish." They both burst out laughing, a much-needed escape from the incomprehensible events of the last few hours. Sharing an oversized chocolate bar and sipping on some water, Ren broached the subject. "So, what happened to me? It happened to you too." Her Norwegian-American accent working wonders to hide the fear and uncertainty in her voice. The writing, I can feel it inside of me. I can't explain. I just knew what to do. What did it say? You saved my life, Ren. Over the course of an hour, they caught up on the events of the last few hours, sharing notes on the abilities and proficiencies they'd received, being able to recall at will the information, as if it was an extension of their own bodies. Ren opened up to Archie about her struggles with substance abuse and drug addiction, and they shared stories about their dysfunctional families. Ren was an only child from a rich family. Her parents spent most of their time being socialites, and she found comfort and connection in music as a result. Archie shared that the tragic death of his brother had led to the fracturing of his family. They had all changed as a result. They both felt connected to each other, as if they were strangers seeking something better in the world before the events took place, and now their bonds were forged forever. Archie reflected on their conversation and made a mental note of Ren's purge proficiency. The vomiting must have been a result of expelling any residual drugs in her system. He'd helped his brother through withdrawals a number of times. It wasn't going to be a pleasant few days. His internal monologue was broken by Ren as she stood up and stretched. I feel much better now. You know? Let's keep moving. We should try to hit the campsite before night. Uncomplaining, Archie stood. His heavy black boots and slim-cut gray jeans were definitely not made for hiking through fields. Next on his list was to find a fresh pair of more practical clothes. As they hiked parallel to the road that led to Finchingfield Town, their apprehension grew more severe. The sky was occasionally cracked by fighter jets streaming towards London, and the constant buzz of helicopters grew louder. Large, heavy vehicles could also be heard making their way through the nearby road. Veering west, Ren and Archie subconsciously moved further and further out of sight in the heart of farmers' fields and crops. Brilliant yellow crops taller than them brought a sense of safety. Their plan wasn't a strong one, they knew that. Just get to the campsite, set up for the evening, and take stock tomorrow. Silently, they prayed they would be able to garner more information, or that somehow their phone signal would return. Eventually, after almost an hour of walking, they reached a small trickling stream, passing under a road that ran between two farming fields. They paused in silence, tense as if stepping into the road may expose them. Listening intently, there was no sign of traffic. Taking a leap of faith, they hopped the old stone wall they'd been crouched behind and scrambled into the next field, following the stream northwards. With the knowledge that Finchingfield Town was behind him, Archie felt confident that eventually they'd get to the campsite he'd visited many years ago. Unsure what to find, but hoping for safe harbor. Quick! Get to the trees, Ren whispered hurriedly. What sounded like dozens of helicopters were making their way towards London. When the constant buzzing didn't stop, however, Archie grew curious. They've been here for too long. It has to be something in the town, Archie said after a while. Wait here. I'll climb up for a better view. Be careful, Ren replied, concern clear in her voice. Archie scrambled up the tree, not as elegantly as he'd have liked. Tree branches and twigs slapped his face, and his boots ungraciously lost their footing multiple times. After 5 minutes, Archie eventually made it high enough to get a view. I see 5 helicopters. They're hovering over the town. I think maybe they're lifting something, Archie shouted down towards Ren. Stop shouting, Archie. Ren angrily retorted in hushed tones. What? Archie yelled. Flabbergasted, Ren scrambled up the tree, much more deftly than Archie had managed moments earlier. Joining him atop the final thick branch, Ren poked Archie hard in the ribs. I said stop shouting, you dumbass. Oh. Archie laughed. Yeah, I can be a moron sometimes. They watched intently. Eventually, the helicopters began to move away. 3 of them had objects attached to the bottom of ropes hanging like cargo. It was slightly too far away to make out clearly, but a look of recognition passed between Archie and Ren. Body bags. Maybe more creatures like the one from outside Drip? Ren said. Yeah, but about half the size or less. Archie's voice was distant. This doesn't feel real. I don't know what to do. Come, we can talk at the campsite, Ren replied early as she made her way back down the tree. Chapter 10. Keep to the shadows. Holding back tears, unsure when she'd see her mother again, Lara made her way to the field on the edge of Finchingfield Town. It was lined by trees, large green bushes, and was well secluded. There was a campsite north from her position and she knew how to navigate there without using roads. Her backpack had her survival kit, compass, binoculars, a fresh set of clothes, dried food and her trusty Kindle, filled with survival books. After the first event, friends and colleagues had laughed at her eagerness to learn how to better survive in the wild. She knew this would happen again. In fact, there was a whole global community of people that knew this day would come. Sure, they didn't think about the possibility of magic being introduced, but the plan didn't change. Lara had connected with thousands of people around the globe over the last year, primarily through the internet, but there was a tight community of 5 in Essex, the county she lived in. There was Wilton the chatty librarian, Christian the soldier, and a wonderful elderly couple, Bob and Maureen. They were the owners of the campsite, which would be her next destination. First, she had to wait it out. There were numerous helicopters now circling above, vans and hundreds of vehicles, armed military personnel and buses surrounding the town. It was too dangerous to head back in towards the houses where she felt the surge of energy coming from. The energy that brought her back from the brink and helped her survive. As time went on, ropes came down from the helicopters and Lara saw the team were extracting the bodies of the goblins, wrapped in oversized black body bags. It made her feel sick. The military were setting up some semi-permanent structures. She would have to wait until dark to leave her secluded spot. Keep to the shadows, she told herself. After about 5 hours, it seemed as if the residents had been rounded up and accounted for. They were being gently shuttled into buses, vans, other vehicles, and being driven away methodically. There was a defense base just 10 minutes drive east. It had become much more active after the last event and quadrupled in physical size, with up to 50 times more personnel presence than it had previously. It acted as a sort of hub over the last year. Lara's original plan was to hang tight with her mother and wait for the inevitable military response to take them both to safety. She knew now that her life would never be the same. She had to figure things out, and then when safe, or at least with less risk, she would return for her. Right this second, though, she was an undocumented government experimental subject just waiting to be examined, and it filled her with fear. Too many people had seen what she was now capable of. A bright red jacket caught Lara's eye. "Perfect," she said, as her heart fluttered. It was her mother, being evacuated to safety with her friends and neighbors around her. She was going to be okay. They were good people, a good community, and they loved each other. Lara watched in silence, never slipping in focus. From the moment she saw her, through to finding her seat on the coach, the 30-minute wait as it loaded, and then as it slowly drove out of sight, she didn't take her eyes off her. Slowly, Lara put the binoculars down. It was time to rest until dark, and then she'd make her way north. Unsure how, but she had managed to sleep for an hour. Those breathing techniques actually came in handy, Lara thought to herself. It was dark now and time for her to make her move. She repacked her bag and secured the hunting knife to her belt. A quick glance at her watch told her it was 9:30. She should make the campsite by around 10:15. Maureen was a night owl. Lara would make the journey with plenty of time to spare. Worst case, she had a spare key. Monitoring the area, Lara patiently waited to see if there were any routines, sounds, or repetitive checks she would have to be aware of when making her way out into the open fields. Most focus, however, was on the village, specifically the green where the events took place earlier that day. The flash of some glasses caught her eye. A man in a white shirt and metal glasses seemed to be dictating orders on the ground, sending vehicles off to other sites or locations as the government presence began to thin in Finchingfield. Now its residents had been safely evacuated. As the number of personnel continued to reduce on the north side of the village, it was the perfect time to move. Lara slipped her backpack on and without looking back headed north. Compass in hand, knife at the ready. Eventually Lara found the stream which she knew would fork. She'd then follow the right path and it would take her straight to Bob and Maureen. They had planned for something like this with Wilton and Christian too. Lara wondered if they would also make their way to the campsite. It had supplies to last at least a year. Bob had a gun. Maureen was wise, and most importantly there was a ham radio that was connected to others across the country. She needed intelligence. What was happening? What had people seen? Was she unique, or were there others out there like her too? Lara's light brown, usually frizzy hair was matted with sweat. She walked at pace across the fields, uneasy with the flame that burned inside of her. This was unusual. She was so used to being naturally timid and shy. Now she was boldly walking in the darkness towards the campsite, not for her own protection but to give her protection to others. Lara could feel that she was meant to give more to this world than she had ever imagined. The night was largely silent, except for the occasional jets that cracked the sky like lightning, making trips to and from the capital. Between the jets, her silent peace was interrupted by a wolf's howl. Lara paused in her tracks. That's not possible, she thought. Waiting and about to take a step forward, she heard another, then another and another. Oh, Lara gasped, the flame inside her flickering. You can't just stand here, move, she commanded herself and pressed on. Lara found the fork in the stream and navigated onwards. She was only 10 minutes away now. Her heart skipped a beat. She had so much to share and discuss. Another wolf's howl and then 4 more in unison came from up ahead, the campsite. She needed pace. Turning on her flashlight, she began to run towards the noise. Gunfire began to ring out ahead. Chapter 11. What about Bob? The sun was setting across the fields, drenched in golden light. Long-drawn shadows enhanced the beauty of their surroundings. Feeling oddly at peace, Archie and Wren ambled the final stretches of the stream before reaching their destination, Finching Field Campsite. Approaching cautiously, they made their way towards the site, the tops of large yurts visible over the surrounding bramble bushes, rich in berries, ripe for picking. The camp was abandoned, holidaymakers seemingly leaving in a hurry. The 4 yurts' doors left open, gently flapping in the breeze, contents scattered across the floors. Despite the mess, it was a beautiful campsite. Surrounded by farmland, a gentle stream passed by. A small house with adjoining shop that had all the necessities needed for camping sat by a large freshly painted green gate that provided access to sprawling country lanes. Washed in the sunset, warmth on their faces, they stopped to soak in the peace of the moment. Right, let's see if anybody is home, Archie said, breaking the silence. The door to the shop was locked. Peering through the windows, Archie could see it was filled with camping equipment, hiking gear, and a small stockpile of both long-lasting and tinned food. It seemed like the fridge had been cleared of anything perishable. Someone might be home. Looks like the fridge unit has been cleared out, Archie called over to Wren, who was closing the heavy gate to the campsite. Maybe we can live here forever like 2 hobbits, Wren joked, making light of the situation. They walked over the bright green lawn of the property towards the front door to the house, making note of the precision of the edging. The care and love poured into every detail of the campsite. A beautifully painted deep red door, window frames to match. Even the brickwork seemed clean and tidy. Wren knocked on the door, clumsily using the large, heavily polished brass knocker that sat perfectly on the center of the door. After 3 minutes of silence, rocking backwards and forwards from the heels to the balls of their feet, they looked at each other. I guess Nobo, Archie was in the middle of saying when Wren's hand shot up for silence. I think I heard a dog bark, she whispered, crouching by the letterbox and opening it gently and calling out, Hello? Is anybody home? I think I heard a doggy. More time went by, silence held its course. After a while, some muffled sounds and shuffling could be heard through the letterbox. Crouching down by Wren, Archie called out, If there's a dog in there and nobody home, we'll have to come in and get it. We don't mean any trouble. They might be dangerous. A woman called out from deep within the house as a giant man rounded the corner and headed towards the door. Wren and Archie stepped back, hands behind their backs, suddenly feeling like school children that might be in trouble. They were ready to profess their innocence. The door creaked open to reveal an elderly man, although time seemed only to have aged his hair and skin. He was huge in stature, blocking the door frame completely. Standing back a pace from the door, he said, The campsite is closed. We don't want any trouble here, in a soft and timid voice, a complete juxtaposition to his physical appearance. That's okay, neither do we. It's scary out there and getting dark. We don't have any other place to go, Wren replied, her voice soothing and calm. The strange octaves of her accent seemed to double down on the innocence she projected to the man. A brown, black and white beagle scurried forwards to take a look at its new guests, delight across its face as it knocked its head against the man's shins, weaving in and out between his legs, tail wagging incessantly. Cheeky boy, the man said, a smile breaking the corner of his mouth as he scooped up the dog in giant arms, old naval tattoos visible across his muscular forearms. Growing bolder by the presence of his companion, the man stepped forward into the light, revealing a cheerful face, thick white mustache and darting eyes as he took in Archie and Ren. Taking sympathy on the pair, he sighed, "Listen, you can stay the night. It's getting dark. Maybe a night or a couple." Everything seems a bit Pete Tong at the moment. Confusion covered Ren's face. "What is Pete's Tong?" she exclaimed. Chuckling, the man replied, "It means everything is a bit wrong." "Oh," Ren said sheepishly. "I'm Bob. Back there is my wife Maureen. She's not too good on her feet." He went on, "We've run this place for decades. Our slice of heaven," he said, looking out at the scattered belongings between the yurts. "Don't suppose you could help me finish clearing the mess before we lose the light?" "Of course, we'll earn our keep," Archie smiled. They shook hands, Archie's being swallowed by Bob's, which were at least twice the size of his own. "How tall are you?" Archie blurted out. 6'7". "Thought my knees would have been shot by now. But they seem to be holding up okay," he joked as he patted his oversized pot belly. "I'm very active keeping this place in shape. But I do love a nice cold beer. I guess that keeps me out of shape," he scoffed as he unlocked the door to the adjoining shop. The shop smelled of freshly cut wood and was filled with rucksacks, portable stoves, spare tanks of gas, hiking boots, outdoor shirts and gear. "Feel free to take what you need," Bob said, looking at Archie, whose clothing was attaching itself to his slender frame, blood staining the shirt he'd borrowed just hours earlier. "And maybe take a shower once we've cleaned up," Bob added, taking in the matted hair, filthy boots and jeans. They must have really been through it today, Bob thought to himself, taking pity on the pair. He sensed no danger from either of them and could tell from the combination of panic and gratitude that plagued their eyes that they meant no harm and were genuinely just trying to survive the day. He wouldn't pry yet about their injuries or the blood, but he felt confident they were good people. I don't have any money," Archie said nervously. "Don't think anyone has much use for money at the moment," Bob retorted, a little too confidently. He quietened down quickly, revealing he knew a little more of what was going on than Archie and Ren. Not pressing for more information, they took the black bags from Bob and the three of them got to work. The dog, Birdie, yapped and ran circles around them as they scurried through the campsite at pace in the final moments of sunlight. Chapter 12, Wolves at the Door. "Right, that'll do nicely. Thank you," Bob said as the blue hour of night descended. "Showers are over there, plenty of hot water. This place is largely off-grid these days. Hang fire and I'll get you a couple of towels. Take any clothes you need from the shop. He is a nice man, a gentle giant, huh?" Ren whispered as they worked their way through the hiking gear. Archie found a dark blue jumper and waterproof jacket, gray hiking trousers and black boots with red laces which he placed gently within an oversized backpack. Ren opted to also put her new clothing items into Archie's backpack, black waterproof jacket and sheepskin jumper, dark green combat trousers and a similar pair of hiking boots to Archie. "What are you doing?" she said, noticing Archie scribbling away in a small notebook he'd found near the counter. "Writing down everything we've borrowed and its price. We'll pay them back when we can." The bell rang as Bob bustled through the door with 2 large towels bundled under his arms. He made his way behind the counter and after some shuffling around between boxes, popped up with a small hamper of toiletries. Archie and Ren really were getting set for a life out in the wilderness. As they made their way across the campsite to the separate block of showers and toilets, Maureen appeared at the entrance to their nearest yurt. "Hi, sorry for not coming out earlier, but I've made you both a pot of tea and laid out some snacks. I bet you're hungry. You can use this yurt. It has 2 beds, or even take separate yurts if you prefer," Maureen called out, her voice shaky with age and nerves. She stood, leant heavily on an emerald green, metal walking stick. Her hair was a mix of different shades of silver and gray. Her skin hung loose on a frail frame, time taking its toll on her, much more than it had Bob. After introducing themselves and some small talk, which continued until dark, Archie and Ren had insight into the lives of their generous hosts. Maureen was 75 and had spent her life as a nurse, retiring at 50 and spending the last 25 years helping Bob in the garden, playing chess, Sudoku, and carefully managing their retirement nest egg, which included buying, building, and sustaining the campsite. Bob, on the other hand, was 70 and had spent his early years in the Navy, before pivoting to the life of a handyman, a jack of all trades and many talents. He had spent the last 20 years retired with Maureen at the campsite. He was grateful for something to keep him busy, fit, and agile. Your tea will get cold. Go shower and enjoy your evening. Bob and I will catch you in the morning. Maybe we all could have breakfast together. That sounds wonderful, Wren cried out, wrapping Maureen in a hug that took her by surprise. Very, very well, dear, Maureen replied awkwardly as Wren had her arms wrapped around her. Chuckling, Bob turned on his heel and walked towards his house. Good night. The handle squealed as Archie turned it, lifting his face upwards, closing his eyes and walking into the hot steaming shower. He let out a huge sigh. He stood motionless, breathing deeply as the water washed over him. Silently he stood there, processing the day. Now he was here. He had no other plans beyond trying to understand what had happened to himself and Wren. How were these abilities made possible, and what state of affairs was the world in? Was his family safe? Through the vent in the ceiling, he could hear Wren next door. She was crying and whispering to herself to hold it together. Archie did not want to let her down. Right now, in this world of unknowns and variables, she was his only constant. The escape from reality was welcomed and needed. Archie sat in the yurt, sipping tea and trying his hardest not to eat all of the chocolate biscuits and cake Maureen had kindly left for them. Eventually, Wren emerged, her hair wrapped in a thick white towel, both of them wearing their new camping outfits. After their tea was drunk, food eaten, the events of the day hit them. It was only 9 p.m. now, but they were exhausted, both unable to stop yawning. They agreed it was best to wrap themselves deeply in their sleeping bags, turn out the fairy lights, and get to sleep. Around 10 p.m. a wolf howled. Archie and Wren were in such deep sleeps. Neither of them stirred to the danger. I have to go, Maureen. It's too dangerous, Bob. I can't lose you, Maureen said, a cigarette hanging from her mouth as she peered over her thick brown-rimmed spectacles, the ends of which were connected around her neck by faux plastic pearls that glistened in the dim light of her office. Maureen was hunched over in a chair reviewing the campsite security monitors. Strategically hidden, they were safe and well out of reach from danger. I can't let them die, without even trying to save them, Bob said bluntly, shortly after he walked over and warmly placed his hand on Maureen's shoulder. I don't want blood on your hands. It doesn't wash, he paused, no matter how hard you try. Glancing back at the monitor, Maureen sat upright. Then we go together. I won't stay in this world without you. The screen showed 5 wolves sniffing around the campsite, dangerously close to the yurt that had 2 large pieces of prey, blissfully sleeping and unaware of the danger. Bob grabbed his hunting rifle and stormed through a narrow corridor, up some stairs, and emerged into his garden. He moved at pace, not wanting Maureen to be involved in any way. She was too stubborn to let him convince her to stay in safety. He knew that. Hopefully, with a single shot, these beasts would disperse. I don't bloody know how these things got here, he muttered under his breath, but they ain't stayin'. As he rounded the corner, he realized these were no ordinary wolves. Their necks arched forwards, almost hunched. Their fur was a brilliant snow white, heavily contrasting with bright, solid red eyes. Most worryingly, they were at least twice the size of what he had expected, and their mouths were drooling with hunger. Bob lay down and waited for his shot, aiming steadily at the largest of the pack. Maureen had gently unlocked the back door of the house and whispered to him, escape plan. Chapter 13, Woman of Fire. A loud blast echoed across the campsite as Bob took his shot, steadily reloading his Winchester Model 70, bolt-action, hunting rifle. A clean shot straight to the head of the alpha, which let out a whelp as it hit the ground. These rifles could take down an elk, a wolf would be no issue. Nonetheless, Bob kept his cool, always good under pressure, and in the chaos he calmly returned his head to the scope of the rifle. As his vision came back into focus, Bob's heart momentarily paused. The wolf was staggering back onto its paws, shaking its head as if it was shaking off a punch to the jaw. There was no blood. A second shot rang out, another direct hit to the alpha. The 4 remaining wolves had stopped in their tracks, looking towards the danger. 2 began to growl and slowly began to walk towards Bob, who lay in the flower bed to the side of his house. The others tended to their leader. To Bob's amazement, the alpha was yet again staggering to its feet after 2 direct hits to the head. The bullets had done some damage as the leader continued to stagger unsteadily. Right, Maureen, Plan B, into the house, he whispered hurriedly, loading his rifle once more. The tap of Maureen's steel cane on the stone slabs let him know she had heard his instruction. The commanding wolf let out a loud yap, instructing his pack. The two that had their sights locked on Bob dashed forwards, eyes of evil and mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth, saliva drooling freely. He fired his third shot, straight through the eye of an oncoming beast. It fell to the ground, skidding through the flower bed. Its companion paused its charge and came to a halt. It turned back to check on its partner. The shot wolf lay limply on the ground, being gently nuzzled by its companion. With renewed vigor, the second beast howled loudly and began to charge once more. The injured alpha remained by the yurt, shaking off its injury, and the two remaining wolves were nowhere to be seen. It was too late for him to help Archie and Ren. Bob hurried back to the house, as quickly as his large frame would allow, loading his fourth shot into the Winchester as he went. He padded up the stone steps, the wolf gaining ground with every pace. He dived into the corridor of the back door. "Now, Maureen, the shutters." "Quick!" he squealed, fear in his eyes as he saw Maureen hesitate. It was going to be a bloodbath. He turned onto his back and pulled the rifle round. "Not yet," Maureen said calmly. Bob's eyes widened as the giant wolf bounded up the steps, snarling and growling, filling him with dread. As the wolf took its final leap, Bob was frozen with fear. Maureen hit the button that she had patiently stood beside. Huge, industrial-grade metal shutters slammed down onto the neck of the wolf. It crashed to the floor and whelped as the vertebrae of its neck were crushed under the weight and impact of the shutters. There were loud bangs, almost in unison around the perimeter of the house as metal shutters covered all windows and entrances to the property, disrupting the wolves in the yurt. The alpha, unsure on its next plan of action, raised its head, white ears pricking to the danger. Bob gently placed his rifle between the wolf's teeth, whispered, "I'm sorry," and pulled the trigger. A fourth and fatal shot. The wolf was put out of its misery. Red eyes rolled to the back of its head. At the sound of the first gunshot, Archie sat bolt upright. Ren followed suit and rushed to Archie's side. The danger was immediately clear. There were creatures circling their yurt. When the second shot was fired, they heard something large hit the floor. It snorted heavily, low guttural growls emanating dangerously from the yurt's entrance. Archie materialized 4 of his latte art pens, passing 2 to Ren. "It's all I've got." After some confusion amongst the pack, orders were given and 2 huge wolves ripped through the entrance, large white paws the size of saucers clawing through the canopy, razor-sharp claws making easy work of the doorway, slipping through the material like knives through butter. One after the other, the 2 wolves leapt into the yurt and tore at the bedding. Their prey had vanished. Realizing the wolves were at the entrance, Archie and Ren had torn a thin slit into the back of the yurt and made a dash for the large oak tree that stood at the rear of the campsite. Their plans were dashed as the alpha began towards them, directly in the path of the oak tree. Realizing their prey was escaping, it howled once more. Its 2 companions emerged from either side of the yurt and began to sprint towards them. "To the van," Ren called out, pulling Archie's arm towards the minivan, a red transporter, parked by the gated entrance to the campsite. They pulled helplessly at the handles of the van to no avail. In a rush, they scrambled up the front and onto the roof. Taking stock of the 3 wolves running towards them, Archie flung his pen with force and precision, piercing the snout of the first wolf. It bucked up and down in pain as it desperately pawed at the needle. The other 2 wolves paid no heed and continued their pursuit. Another needle was flung, sticking deeply into the brow of the alpha. Regardless, it continued forwards, reaching the van in seconds. Jumping forwards, cracking the windscreen, it lurched its neck forwards and opened its gaping jaw, snapping frantically at Archie's ankles. Reflexively, Archie avoided the attack. He danced backwards. 2 more latte pens appeared in his hands. Faint blue wisps of energy faded around them. Flinging each one simultaneously, they both pierced the wolf's face, causing the alpha to retreat. It was quickly replaced by the 2 wolves from the yurt. Both taking the place of their leader, Ren backed up towards the rear of the roof. Archie stood his ground between her and the wolves. There was a flash of glass from one of the windows on the upper floor of the house, followed by a 5th shot that echoed across the lawn. Striking one of the wolves on the van, it was knocked to the ground with a yelp. In a frenzy, the remaining wolf lunged for Archie, thick teeth latching onto his leg. It tore through his trousers and dug deeply around his shin. Yanking him with such force, Archie was flung backwards and crashed loudly into the roof of the transporter, denting it as if he'd fallen from a great height, his pens clattering to the ground as his grip loosened. The wolf continued to thrash and shake, pulling him backwards towards the ground. Screaming, Ren ran forwards, bringing her fists down onto the top of the wolf. It made no difference, and Archie was dragged to the floor where two wolves awaited, ready to tear him apart. A sixth shot hit the wolf holding him. Momentarily losing its grip, Archie crawled free. Loose stones from the driveway scratching at each other as he moved backwards and leant against the front of the vehicle. He closed his eyes and awaited the onslaught. This is it, he told himself. Rather than finish the job, the three wolves cocked their heads to Archie's left-hand side. He heard her before he saw her, the patter of footsteps across the gravel as they sprinted towards him. A ball of flame engulfed the closest wolf. It howled in agony. The smell of burnt hair pierced Archie's nostrils, the heat radiating across his face. The campsite was briefly alive with light. The blood trickling down the white wolves' faces was clear, as were the faded scars they held from previous battles. Pat, pat, pat. The sound of someone's feet continued across the stones. A woman with light brown hair slid on her knees across the gravel, in front of Archie, straight at the wolves. A large purple shield appearing across an outstretched arm, it knocked the alpha backwards. She stood tall and proud with a second arm outstretched. Another huge ball of fire erupting from her palm set a second wolf ablaze. Sensing defeat, the alpha let out a howl and sprinted towards the stream, following the rest of its pack that were desperately searching for a source of water. Archie looked up. The woman spun on her heel. She turned to face him with eyes of fire. Chapter 14, Doomsday Preppers. To the house, Lara commanded. Wait, Ren pleaded. You are like us. Intrigued and interest piqued, Lara raised an eyebrow. Go on. Watch, Ren whispered as she placed her palms out over Archie's mangled leg. Ren's eyes began to glow a luminescent green, as healing pulses of light washed outwards over his shin and calf muscle. Archie groaned as his bones reformed. Muscle fibers and skin began to stitch back together. Within seconds, the wound had healed, leaving behind only a thin scar. Lara was gobsmacked, healing. This really was a miracle, and it felt like destiny that their paths had crossed. Her thoughts were broken at the hum of approaching helicopters. The gunfire would have been heard and reported. They had to hide. Follow me, Lara commanded once more, turning and gently jogging towards the house. Archie and Ren followed closely behind. Archie tentatively tested out his leg and eventually built confidence that it was as good as new. If anything, it felt better, as if previous injuries and sprains had been fixed too. The doors and windows were covered with thick plated shutters that had been activated during the chaos. Lara made her way around the edge of the house and into the back garden, where Bob and Maureen waited. Seems like you both have some stories to tell, Bob said casually, looking between Lara and Ren, the rifle placed over his shoulder. Maureen was further down the garden, unlocking their shed door. Before Archie could ask why, the door opened and Maureen made her way inside. Hurry up, she called out as her cane gently rapped across the wooden floor. Righto, let's go, Bob said, briskly walking towards the shed with Lara and Ren in tow. Guess we're all gonna go hang out in a shed then, Archie said, seemingly to himself. He yelped and ran after them, realizing he was dawdling and they were walking at pace. Oh wow, Archie gasped as he rounded the corner to see the top of Ren's head slowly descending down a narrow staircase. Bob stood calmly to the side of a trap door that was topped with worn floorboards. We have some secrets of our own, Bob said shyly, a wry smile crossing his face. As the hum of helicopters grew louder, Archie found a spring in his step as he shuffled through the shed and down the stairs. Bob was close behind, closing the trap door shut and bolting it in place from the inside, turning a thick steel wheel at the base of the door. They walked through the dimly lit concrete corridor in silence. Archie was unsure quite how Bob managed to fit down here at all. Reaching the end, he turned left and made his way into a small underground office. One side was filled with an old oak desk with multiple monitors across the wall, hooked up to CCTV cameras hidden around the campsite, alongside some electronic equipment and something that looked like an old radio. The other side of the room had a dark green metal cabinet that Bob walked towards. As Bob opened the door, Archie saw that the cabinet housed multiple rifles and ammunition, neatly organized with enough to arm a small unit. Bob walked back towards the tunnel and shut the door, bolting it shut and taping the frame with thick black masking tape, ensuring no light would escape the room they were in. He flicked a switch and turned to Archie, raising his eyebrows. The light in the tunnel, it turns it off. Anyway, through there, slowpoke, he warmly said to Archie, pointing to a small white door on the other side of the room. Archie had been standing, gawping at their hidden little room for too long. He was not prepared for what he saw next. The door opened up to a large underground bunker, a secret sanctuary that gently hummed, hidden deep beneath the campsite. The concrete walls were painted off-white whilst the floor was a highly polished gray. LED lights around the top of the walls lit the space well. Archie's eyes glanced beyond Ren, Maureen and Lara to take in the scene. The far corner held 5 sets of bunk beds made of dark metal, stacked neatly, adorning crisply pressed white linen sheets. Across from the beds, a small area with casual seating, a large wall-mounted TV, and a media cabinet filled with games, DVDs, and consoles that promised endless hours of entertainment. Spanning one of the walls was a long shelving unit, filled with books, both old and new, as well as cabinets waiting to be unlocked. They eventually stopped to make space for a small fitness area with squat rack, weights, rowing machine, and treadmill. Finally, as his eyes finished tracing the 4 corners of the room, Archie saw a compact cooking area that glimmered with stainless steel. An induction cooking top, microwave, cabinets filled with long-lasting food, and an oversized freezer was tightly tucked into the corner. This was no ordinary bunker. It had been built and meticulously thought through by professionals, not amateur survivalists. Archie's internal monologue was abruptly interrupted as a warm paw gently patted his shoulder. "Come, let's talk," Bob said, pointing to the large oak table that sat at the center of their concrete haven. At the head of the table, Maureen sat down and gently rolled her cane into an oak groove that naturally held it in place beside her. Bob took a seat to her right, with Lara taking her place beside him. Maureen gently patted the left side of the table, beckoning Ren and Archie to sit with them. Sensing no danger, Ren quite literally plunked herself next to Maureen, her lightly dyed hair dancing at the sudden motion. A faint, wrinkled smile broke Maureen's gaze. Taking his seat next to Ren, Archie sat down in a much more apprehensive manner. Breaking the silence between them, Maureen took the lead. "I suggest that we adopt a policy of strict and uncompromising honesty." Inhaling deeply, she closed her eyes, and I will start. Chapter 15. Welcome to Outpost number 078. Obviously, we all have things we need to share. Ren, Lara, I am certainly interested in hearing your stories this evening. Maureen started, glancing between them. Bob and I have been interested in survival for a long time. I told you before that I was a nurse. This was a lie. My life was spent serving this country as part of GCHQ. I built my credibility in computer networking and signals intelligence. Joining the organization as it expanded its presence in Cheltenham in the mid-1950s, Bob raised a giant arm and chipped in. "I really was in the Navy. It was just part of the SBS. Right?" Archie said, pretending he knew what this meant. Continuing, Bob said, "That's how I met Maureen actually. She moved around the agency and was doing a stint running operations that coincided with one of my last. The Gulf War, you must only have been children back then." Anyway, Maureen interjected, "Bob likes to chat away, often too much, but let me get to the point. We really did retire 20 years ago, and we've both seen how close to the brink the world has come to all-out war. We started with our bunker as more of a hobby, and the campsite was an afterthought to help us cover up what we actually built. During the last event, there was a spike in people looking to build out survivalist networks. Bob and I have always been cautious and had created most of this place with our friend Christian. A secret bound to just 3 of us. How long did it take you?" Archie asked, full of wonder as he looked around. "The shell took 1 year in the early 2000s. Once the structure was sound, we have essentially worked on this place every day for the last 24 years. Whoa, Ren gasped. "We are so lucky to have found you." In the spirit of honesty, we would not have shared this space's existence with you both. Had it not been for tonight's events. Maureen looked towards Lara and smiled, but it seems like you and our dear friend Lara have been blessed amongst the chaos and nightmare of today. I think our future hangs in the balance of people like you. Lara, why don't you finish off my story? Maureen coughed as she stood and shuffled towards the kitchen. I will fetch us some tea. Okay. So, after the last event, I joined some networks and forums with survivalists. That's when Maureen called me out of the blue. She told me to be more careful with my identity and to visit her and Bob here at the campsite. I spent my summers growing up here. Maureen and Bob are like an auntie and uncle to me. That's when they let me in on their little secret. Our circle grew to include my friend Wilton, and we worked at pace to build this bunker into what you see today. This is outpost number 078. An outpost? Archie said, tension rising, as in, like a military outpost? Not quite, Lara said. We are part of an underground survivalist network. We're made of individual units and outposts around the world. Some outposts are run by governments and the military, we're sure of it, but we think it's seen as a possible fail-safe option for them. We're doing no harm, but I'm sure they're monitoring the network. I'm certain of it. It was Bob's turn to speak. There's thousands of us around the globe, and 112 across the UK. Maureen has been monitoring the network, and we formally joined after the last event. Although no other outpost knows our exact location, but we can communicate via ham radio. There was a pause, and the internet obviously. If it was working, but I don't understand that stuff anyway. Maureen interrupted the group with a tray of tea and biscuits, rattling as she made her way over to the table. Right? That brings you up to speed with us. If we could take your drinks and make your way to the office space, please. I need to keep an eye on the cameras to see what's happening above. The cameras showed that a helicopter had landed at the far end of the campsite, and 2 military Humvees were parked on the driveway. 3 squads of 5 armed units with flashlights were searching the premises. 2 across the grounds and 1 in the house. Meanwhile, a man with steel glasses stood over the corpse of the wolf in the flower bed. He glanced up towards the camera hidden neatly in a nearby tree, but was interrupted when 2 people in hazmat suits made their way towards him, carrying an extra-large body bag for their new specimens. Archie pointed to the man on the lower left monitor. That man, he's called Damien Leasy. He picked us up in London and was taking us to a base near here. Wethersfield, Maureen said. Why aren't you there now? We escaped, Archie hurriedly added, but we didn't do anything wrong. It just felt off. I can't explain it, but I'll try. Try later, Maureen shushed, her attention captured by the armed unit at the base of their campsite. Bob, get to the flip switch and pull the green lever on my say-so. Yes, boss, Bob retorted as he shuffled through the doorway, filling it like a giant polar bear, as he made his way to a discreet unit at the back of their bunker. Now, Maureen called, in a half-whisper, half-shout. She explained to Ren and Archie that it was a flip switch to their generator's connection to a number of wired cameras above. She was timing their disconnection with one of the armed units who had just cut the power mains power to the campsite. I'll turn them back on in a few hours. Okay, let's move back to the other room now, she said as she turned the lights to the office out. The only thing we can do is wait. Back at the table, Archie and Ren explained their day, their powers and proficiencies. Demonstrating his ability to conjure latte art pens, Archie was shown up by the awe-inspiring arcane shield of Lara, who followed suit with her own demo, causing Maureen to chuckle, whilst her wily eyes remained locked on Archie. I've been locked to our radio for most of the day. We have had lots of information that I've logged on the laptop in the office, but the high-level notes are here. Maureen slid a pad with handwritten bullet points and tables scrawled across an A4 pad of paper. For now, we only have UK-based information. We've connected to a few of the local outposts across about a 100-mile range. We haven't tried our ultra-high-frequency ham radio yet. Something funky in the atmosphere is throwing things off. Describing how to read her notes, Maureen continued. The locations are areas we now know have disappeared, replaced by something else entirely. Politics is our summary on what's happening in the local area. Beings are otherworldly creatures we've had reports on. You can add wolves to that list. And finally, class types are the information we've heard over the radio about humans being gifted. You can add sorceress, defensive healer, and thief to that list now too. Location, status, notes, Canary Wharf and Isle of Dogs. eradicated and replaced. Large fortress-like city. Strange elven-like creatures spotted within their streets. Armed units and powers of unknown and incomprehensible strength. Reading and large parts of the Berkshire County. Eradicated and replaced. Completely replaced by forests filled with unknown flora and creatures. Anglesey and Bangor. Eradicated and replaced. Mountain-like landscape appeared and merged with earth. Aggressive stone-like creatures have attacked and destroyed everything that has tried to make contact. Leeds. Largely eradicated. Replaced by forests, border merges with the central city of Leeds. Half eradicated, half remains. Reports that people simply disappeared from view, replaced by the forest as the blue wisps faded. Many undocumented and unknown creatures have been sighted. Truro. Eradicated. Unknown information. Gunton. Unknown. Unresponsive outpost number 028. Politics. 1. UK government holds on to military control and is leading evacuation efforts across neighboring towns near remaining military bases. 2. Current focus is on recapturing control of major cities London, Manchester, Cardiff, York, Edinburgh, Glasgow, and Inverness, alongside zones being militarized across Yorkshire, Lancashire, Surrey, and Kent. 3. Smaller towns not within immediate vicinities or focus areas are being left to defend themselves. There have been some reports of villages being destroyed by unknown assailants, likely outworlders due to small pockets of nearby areas being eradicated and replaced, reported via outpost number 016. 4. Small coastal towns being overrun by mobs and local gangs. Believed that drug trafficking routes will likely fall under outlawed control. Reported by outpost number 092, believed to be linked to the government. Outworld beings identified. Troll-like creatures, London. Goblins, London and Finchingham. Elves, London and Leeds. Stone creatures, Wales. Deer-like creatures with 3 horns, Leeds, Reading, Wales. Giant birds the size of helicopters, Wales. Class types, tank, 1 within outpost number 016. Warrior, reported. Healer, reported. Mage, reported. Illusionist, reported. Hunter, reported. Thanks, Archie said, scanning the list with Ren. What do you mean, eradicated? Maureen didn't break eye contact. It means that, well, those locations, all of the buildings, all of the people have gone. Vanished and replaced with areas from what we believe to be other worlds. Other worlds, Ren repeated in awe. As far as we know, different creatures, castles, forests with strange flora. Everything is different, and that is before we talk about magic and incomprehensible abilities some of you have been blessed with, Maureen said, gently placing a hand on Ren's forearm. I think we may be down here for some time, until the visitors above us vacate the premises. Now let me bring you up to speed on events of the day from London, specifically Canary Wharf/Isle of Dogs, Maureen said, her voice heavy. Chapter 16. Canary Wharf, London. 13 hours earlier, the first day of the new world. The blue wisps had started to fade. The noble city of Terralane was in panic mode. The bell tower rung wildly to alert the townsfolk of an imminent threat. Alaith had just watched the sunset over the river of Tarl, named after his great ancestor, that ran through his city, down through the hills and toward the distant woodland. The golden hues of his world were replaced with a cold, dull gray skyline. Strange buildings and distant towers of glass stood in the distance. Metallic birds that buzzed in the sky hung around the periphery of his city walls. Alaith, a voice rang out. He turned to see his consort, Lady Verraine, eyes wide with horror. Did you feel it? The change in the atmosphere, the level of the magic that bound us? How are we here? Where is here? She faltered. Transportation magic. At a level we've never known. Can't have been the Turukai, perhaps our exiled brothers and sisters. But still it is beyond anything I can comprehend, beyond anything I have ever studied, Alaith said pensively. To the gods, may they guide us, Verraine said. Alaith closed his cobalt blue eyes and held his large gangly hands outwards. He tapped into his telepathy power. Braxton, arm your soldiers. Full alert, triple the guard at the gates and keep watch of the skies. We are in a strange land and I suspect they will treat us with extreme caution, as we will treat them. The residents of Terralane withdrew from their streets, seeking shelter away from the world that surrounded them. Braxton's garrison had armed at incredible speed, 1,000 units ready for their lord's command. Braxton was known throughout the lands as an incredible fighter and leader. A formidable presence on any battlefield, he stood a foot taller than the average elf, an impressive 8 feet. He was also astonishingly broad and muscular for elven kind. Skin of dark purple. His body and face were littered in scars of varied length and width that could not be removed, even with the best healing. A warrior class that followed the path of the Juggernaut. It was around this age, at 300 years old, that his strength would start a slow decline. He took a deep breath, knowing in this moment that he would need every ounce of the strength and guile he could muster, if his people were to ever find their way home. My lord, there's a growing presence at our northern gate. It seems our hosts are ready to talk, Braxton said within his mind, knowing Alaith was tuned in. Very well, Braxton. Do not wear your hulking armor, formal civilian clothes for our introduction. Bring Drea, Felix, and Shaheen. We will approach as a 5. The words echoed within Braxton's mind. I will meet you at the gate. A solid mix, Braxton thought. Shaheen, the healer of light, Felix, the arcane mage, Drea, their trusted elemental tank, and of course Alaith, their prince and future king. Alaith was the only person known alive to have reached level 101, an ultra-rare multi-class stealth assassin meets combat mage. Braxton was Alaith's elder and had been at level 99 for over 50 years. In that time, Alaith had stretched himself and continued to relentlessly hone his craft, being the first in centuries to breach the wall of level 100. Braxton's communications expert had utilized their own localized telepathy power to coordinate his comrades, who now all stood by the northern gate awaiting their lord. Shaheen had her own unique golden glow, a high-level healer whose skills were bolstered by the 2 suns of their world. Long golden hair and light green skin was a rarity amongst their kind. Her clothes were a soft blue, made of silk and blew elegantly in the gentle breeze. Felix wore darker blue robes that hung heavily across his slim frame. The eldest of the group, he was wise and a specialist in arcane magic that provided much utility to the prince and the kingdom. Over many years he had honed the power of translation, enabling him to tap into the specific segments of minds that supported language construction and interpretation. This would be his role today. His brilliant white hair and bushy eyebrows supported a furrowed brow and wrinkled skin that would crack with a smile. Drea, unlike Braxton, did not wear battle armor. She could call upon the elements of earth and fire at will. Her role today would be to silently watch and observe any potential threats. With massive amounts of health and endurance, she could take a direct blow even from the most mighty of opponents and still stand. Black braided hair framed her battle-hardened face. Her skin was the more common purple of her kind, but her most striking feature were the bright emerald eyes that sparkled like jewels catching light. Whilst the group waited by the northern gate, a small armed unit in their battle outfits lined up either side of the white cobbled road. They held 2 banners on giant 15-foot silver poles bearing Alaith's family crest, the House of Eternal Sunday. A white sun surrounded by pale blue circle, as well as green, blue, and white geometric patterns. A small portion of air near the group warped momentarily, replaced by Alaith, who was wearing his royal dress attire, white and pale blue. This was the formal dress wear of the royal family, brilliant white with splashes of blue, stitched neatly with silver thread. Various protections enchanted the fabric. Around his neck was a precious artifact, which many thought to be decorative, but it had other uses too. Alaith exchanged small pleasantries with the group before beginning. Okay, we lead as a 5 and walk slowly. No weaponry. No acting rashly, and absolutely nobody attacks unless I command it. Yes, sir, came a unified response from the group and the surrounding units of troops. Finally, if they attack us, only defensive maneuvers are permitted. No counterattacks unless I command it. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Very well, to my loyal men bearing our crest. Please wait 50 paces behind us and hold. Felix to my left. Drea to my right. Shaheen wherever you like. And Braxton, you'll have to stand behind us. Your height is intimidating to me, let alone what it must feel like to those who await us. They seem small and weak. We will lure. Yes, sir. Felix, are they close enough for you to begin your translation skill? No, afraid not. Young prince, as soon as I am able, I will commence. Once I begin, I will need only a few minutes. So let us pace our approach accordingly. Very well. Open the gates. A lathe commanded to the men stood on wooden platforms behind the city walls. Chapter 17. Preparing for contact. V, can you lead our people whilst I court with our hosts? Part of our city has fallen into this polluted river, our eastern and southeastern sides, as well as the city walls that would have been where this river flows. Work with our elemental specialists, builders and mages to commence rapid repair. A lathe thought, tapping into the mind of Lady Veraine. Of course, do not worry, Lathe. I'm working through this with our staff. We will handle the town and bolster the defenses. I've borrowed those with relevant skills from various gates already. Best of luck to you, do not worry about the city. I have it under control, Lady V thought back. Skilled in telepathy herself, the two of them had built an incredible bond. As the northern gates were unlocked, dispelled and hauled open by the mighty gatekeepers, Lathe took his first step towards humanity. I can work now, my prince, Felix whispered. Keep this pace. By the time we reach the halfway point, I'll be almost done. Very well, Lathe replied. They have some hideous machines with them. And the air. It feels almost poison. Yes, the air is thick with toxins. This race has not yet become one with their environment. They fight against it. They do not embrace its magic, Shaheen said. Her voice filled with sorrow as she strode beside Lathe with an almost angelic grace. Drea tensed. My alert proficiency is tingling, sir. We have many, many eyes on us. Thousands. They outnumber us. Lathe calmed the team. Do not fear them. I sense no real threat and remember my commands at the gate. Yes, sir, the team whispered in unison. Only Braxton and Lathe were truly composed. Their levels higher and experience under stress greater than the vast majority of the residents in their home world. LitRPG. Lathe came to a slow stop at the halfway point. They didn't know it, but their northern gate had ended up appearing directly on a main road within London, the A1261. They could see houses, hotels, office blocks and restaurants lining the streets, all abandoned. Directly in front of them by a local hotel, there was a large military unit. Heavy armored vehicles blocked the accompanying roads. Helicopters swarmed overhead, creating a buzz that echoed across the streets. Fighter jets circled even higher, making trips between Reading and the Canary Wharf zone for reconnaissance and holding the possible threat of retaliation should it be necessary. Utilizing relayed radio communications, the military unit received word that the gates were opening and to prepare for possible contact. The unit was a mix of the British Army, reservists, off-duty veterans from the local area and the intelligence service. The Prime Minister and most of his cabinet were hidden away in off-grid underground bunkers already. The second in command of the British Intelligence Service, which had consolidated its foreign and domestic divisions of MI5 and MI6 in the first reset, was being flown over by helicopter to spearhead the first meeting of the races. As he approached, the scale and sight of the fortress city caused his adrenaline to pump faster and harder than it ever had before. He felt sick. He already knew from the reports it wasn't just Canary Wharf that had disappeared and been replaced, but the fortress city was much larger. It not only covered Canary Wharf and the Isle of Dogs but continued to stretch east, reaching the depths of Woolwich. London City Airport completely vanished. It could not be explained by science and the world was scrambling for answers. He had heard similar stories reaching their service from across Europe. Contact was still being established with the US, but he imagined much of the world was in chaos. Alpha Charlie Unit 1 had cleared a landing zone for his arrival, directly in the middle of the main road. Without waiting for the rotating blades to slow too much, Ralph hopped out and slowly jogged over to the awaiting unit. Lieutenant, nice to meet you. I'm Ralph Vincent from the Intelligence Service. I'll be leading contact for us today, Ralph said as they strode from the landing zone towards the front line. They had established command tents, communications directly to the service alongside Army HQ. The government and royal house had dictated that the militarized response be led by the chief of the defense, across all aspects. We now all reported to Sir Patrick, who was leading efforts from a base within Inverness, Scotland. We have snipers across the towers surrounding the gates, 3 Puma and 3 Black Hawk helicopters above, Typhoon jets and unmanned drones also on standby, sir. Very well. Orders are to not initiate a confrontation in any way. Our first port of call is peaceful communication. We have no idea what we're walking into. We don't know if they are victims of the same effects we are, or if they are the instigators. At this moment, everything is on the table. Ralph responded to the lieutenant organizing the efforts locally. Sir, yes sir. The lieutenant ran towards a table filled with images of the fortress city, being captured by the helicopters above. A map of Greater London had also been printed with areas marked, seemingly at random across the map where outworld creatures had been reported. Ralph headed towards a smaller, private tent for his final briefing call with the Prime Minister and Chief of Defense. The plan remained the same. Keep it peaceful, hidden camera and microphone in the lapel of his navy suit. Step 1 was to establish contact. Step 2 was to see if we could communicate and learn from them. We would act accordingly from that point onwards. The gates have opened, sir. A small unit of 5 seems to be slowly making their way towards us. Telephoto images being printed. A young soldier stood by the communications equipment. Ralph strode outside. His fine-cut suit, shiny black shoes and brilliant white shirt stood snugly on his strong frame. At 6'4", he was a relatively tall man that took pride in his fitness and appearance. He would be chaperoned by a small unit of guards from the Special Air Service, Squadron A, who had just arrived from another blockade and were being given their orders. Taking a pair of binoculars from a nearby table as he went, Ralph muttered, "Dear Lord, what have you sent us this day?" With that, he bottled his fear, took a deep breath and went to the small unit of Marines that awaited him, giving his final orders before they made their way to meet their guests. Do not engage. Our mission is to learn and understand as much as we can about our new guests. Yes, guests, that is what they are for now. We cannot automatically assume they are our enemy. Ralph finished addressing the team. His concealed audio equipment was on an encrypted radio channel that fed its way back to the Intelligence Service Translation and Research Desk. His earpiece was also hooked up to that team, alongside the Chief of Defense, so he could learn of any new information on the fly. Let's begin, Ralph said, as he began a slow walk to his guests, trailed carefully by the 4 members of SAS Squadron A. Here they come. Alaith braced the group. They had been stood awaiting an approach for around 5 minutes until they saw movement. Awaiting their own guard, Braxton informed the group. They're carrying strange instruments, holding them in a combative state. We shouldn't have come out here unarmed, Alaith. Do not worry, Braxton. Only your hulking axe has been left behind. Between Felix's arcane interventions, Shaheen and Drea's protections, as well as my own concealed arts, we should be fine. At the very least, we make a mighty team of escape artists. Chapter 18, Meet and Greet. I'm ready when you are, Alaith. I do wonder, why is Hito not with us? Felix queried. Hito is on other business, Alaith dismissed. Let them engage us. Felix. Speak their words in your mind. I will be listening and we can coordinate ourselves from there. Ralph approached as an individual, his SAS unit trailing him by 5 paces. A strange style. I will approach alone, we cannot intimidate them. His heart is racing, beads of sweat are starting to form across his brow. Although he is doing his best to calm himself, Alaith informed the group. Ralph stood, trying not to tremble, awaiting the next move. He could hear the murmur of the translation room in his earpiece as he got closer to their guests. Huge elves, almost like they'd been described in stories of old. Their skin a rather brutal purple and battle-worn faces being the key difference. The one with a strange golden glow was the only being of the group close to the stories described in fairy tales. Tune your ears. The creature is receiving instruction from some strange mechanical device, Alaith told his group as he walked towards Ralph. He paused 5 paces short and waited. Ralph stood in silence staring at the elf in awe, whilst Alaith tilted his head inquisitively, utilizing every sense he had to absorb as much information as possible from scent, sound, and sight. After some time, Ralph plucked up the courage to approach. Hello, greetings. He paused and bowed his head as a sign of respect, unsure quite why he did so. To his surprise, The elf took a step forward, kneeled on one knee and placed his right arm across his chest. Felt like a sign of respect. Felix, approach us, stay one step back and kneel, so the creature does not feel intimidated as you reply. I will stand beside you. They call themselves humans. This is a male, Felix thought as he approached them. The 4 guards behind Ralph raised their assault rifles and began to shout, vicious tones ebbing through the calmness Elaith was trying to create. Turning back, Ralph raised his arms. Everybody calm down. Lower your weapons. The instruments they hold are weapons, Elaith, Felix informed him, once again making use of their telepathy. Very well. I will forgive them this indiscretion as they do not know our culture, Elaith replied, this time out loud, allowing the humans to hear their elven tongue. Ralph turned a ghost white. The sight of sharp teeth, a curling snake-like tongue, and a language that sounded harsh and aggressive was not what he had expected. He staggered back, afraid. Calm him, Elaith said, standing tall next to the kneeling Felix. We mean no harm, Felix said, in English, his accent thick and heavy with a mix of sounds like it had been heavily influenced by Italian, Greek, and Spanish cultures rolled into one. The octaves of the voice almost danced like song. How do you know our language? Ralph asked, amazed, ignoring the repeated warnings in his earpiece not to seem ill-informed. We do not, Felix replied, trying to soften his tone as he sensed the fear in Ralph's posture, as well as hearing it within his heartbeat. I am our town's translator. A key skill I have is the art of language translation. Felix continued, I will be translating on behalf of our prince, Elaith, he said, peering up towards his leader. The taller elf had his cobalt blue eyes locked onto Ralph, as if piercing his soul. Why did you bring us here? His harsh voice being echoed in English by his counterpart beside him. We did not. Why did you come? Ralph replied whilst trying to bow to demonstrate a sign of respect. We did not come. We were taken. Do you have enemies that could have wished this upon your lands? Elaith responded. It is not just these lands. Our entire planet today has had events such as this across all lands and perhaps even sea. This is beyond our understanding. I notice that you and your men have no essence. Is this your custom to send those that mean no threat? Inquired Elaith. These abilities or essences as you suggest. They have been appearing in our people since your arrival, seemingly at random. Could you tell us more about how and why they are manifesting? Intrigued, Elaith raised his eyebrows, but before he could respond, he looked up towards a block of flats. The next moment he was thrust backward. A loud bang echoed across the abandoned streets of London. In a flash, Felix generated a translucent purple shield around his group and Drea moved forwards, with fists of fire. Sensing the danger, Ralph shouted towards his units, stand down. I repeat, stand down. But it was too late. The lesser experienced reservists at the blockade were nervous. More gunfire rang out, the bullets falling lamely by the edge of the shield. Ralph's SAS guard had grabbed him by the collar and were making their way back towards the blockade. Elaith got to his feet. He'd taken a direct hit from AL-115A3, British Standard, sniper rifle. Well, they may not have powers, but that sure felt like a punch to the face, Elaith told his group. The ammunition moves fast, but is detectable. I could possibly have avoided it, but I was worried of its strength. It would have hit Shaheen if I'd made an attempt to dodge. It would have been an honor, Shaheen shouted over the sound of gunfire. And then who would be left to heal you, Shaheen? My friend. The shot was fired from the rooftop of that building, my prince. I believe the culprit has not fled, but sits arrogantly with us in his sights. Once more Felix interjected. I know Felix. I see him, Elaith said casually. He raised a hand and with a burst of energy an arcane ball shot from his palm at rapid speed, exploding into the man on the distant rooftop. Then all hell broke loose. Chapter 19 Hellfire. Falcon Squadron Team Leader. Shots being fired. Shots being fired. Ground Control. Hang Fire Team Leader. Falcon Squadron Team Leader. Enemy retaliation confirmed. Explosive force utilized against residential housing. At least one fatality confirmed. Ground Control. Orders received. Fire at will. Falcon Squadron Team Leader. Roger that. Order received. Opening fire. Do not return fire. "Stand down our men," Ralph yelled, managing to subdue the localized gunfire from teams at his blockade. But it was too late. The order to aerial units had already been given. Heavy machine gun fire and artillery strikes rained down upon the small contingent of elves that stood, alone out in the open. Dust and tarmac surrounded the scene, encompassing the group and the thin pale purple shield that had protected them. "My prince, your orders?" Drea said through gritted teeth as she watched Felix's shields begin to weaken. "I've asked our gate command to not retaliate." "How long will your shields hold out, Felix?" "At minimum 5 more minutes, 10 minutes at best," Felix said through a grimace. He was trying to channel his strength into the shield, offsetting the damage of the suppressive fire. "Let them pause. Let the dust settle. Let them see our strength. I will give them the benefit of the doubt. We are not harmed, and I can live with being disrespected." Occasionally, Alaith told his team. "Falcon Squadron team leader, heat signals suggest the enemy shields are withstanding our fire. Large numbers of soldiers mobilizing behind the gates. Requesting permission for targeting missile strike against the mobilizing unit. Ground control, permission granted. Fire at will." Just before the dust settled, the order was given. Dozens of missiles screeched through the air. 2 direct hits on the prince's group with 10 searching different targets within the town. The blasts were so loud the elves were shell-shocked. The hit from the missiles felt to them like a high-level firebolt had exploded beside them. Ears ringing, they looked at each other. Felix's shield had cracked, doing enough to withstand the blast, but it had now failed. He was on his knees, having given a lot of his mana and stamina into supporting the shield that protected them. Drea jumped into action and cocooned the team in huge earthen walls that sprung up from the ground. They absorbed the residual flames from the explosion and created a hot molten periphery. She'd called upon the elements to encase herself in earthen armor. Fists relit and ready, she was ready for a fight. "Alaith, they're targeting our town," a panicked Lady V spoke within his mind. "Our civilian district. Confirmed fatalities already." "My lord," she began to weep. Alaith's eyes went wide in horror. He had miscalculated and cost the lives of his people. "Felix, transport Shaheen to the civilian district. Lady Verain will command. Drea, work with your elementalists to strengthen our defenses and ensure our buildings remain stable. Braxton, command the guard to protect the town. Prepare your wing commanders for an aerial assault. Tell them to meet me at the top of the bell tower." "Sir," the team said in unison, the entire exchange only taking seconds. Telepathy communication specialists relayed the orders to their teams immediately, and the town worked together as one. Teleporting to the top of the bell tower, Alaith looked over his proud city. Buildings in ruins, areas on fire, his powerful senses hearing and feeling the cries of children, the screams of parents and the panic of the people. A school had been hit, bodies lay across rubble. This was where Alaith felt the most useless. His essence was a potent mix for combat and stealth. Yet he longed for the abilities gifted to Shaheen and the other healers of the town. They would see this town healed and rebuilt. His job was to lead and defend. Another set of screeches forced Alaith to look to the sky once more to see a second wave of ballistics approaching. This time the town was prepared. Mages and sorcery specialists laid further protections. An enormous pale purple dome now covered the city. Their normal defenses were against magic. Never before in their history was there such a strong physical attack launched like this. Different protections were invoked and maintained this time by the forces of Terralane. Alaith took a more direct approach, managing to time his own arcane blasts with multiple missile flight paths, blowing them out of the sky. "V, is Shaheen with you?" "What is the status?" Alaith thought. "She is. We've revived a number of our townsfolk. But there are a number, maybe 20, that we cannot bring back. 7 of them children. What land of monsters are we in?" It was exceptionally rare for them to be attacked within city grounds such as this. Harmful acts against anyone under 30 was the ultimate sin. They were essenceless children. Alaith's only recourse was to meet violence with violence. These people had their chance. "Braxton, a small ground force is forming and making their way to our northern, northeastern, and northwestern gates. Defend the gates to the east and west. In the north, however, open the gate and show these people the power of Braxton. "Yes, my lord," Braxton replied, placing his highly polished silver helmet on his head. Giant battle axe lay to his side. "I will take care of the skies with your wing commanders. They could be heard before they were seen." Giant griffins cawed their war cries, ridden by those adept at aerial combat. 100 griffins, each the size of the Black Hawk helicopters they were about to face. Wearing enchanted neck chains that deflected most of the physical damage from the machine gun fire that met them, it was no match. Iron-like beaks, razor-sharp talons, and supernaturally muscular wings allowed them to approach and swarm all 6 military helicopters that were showering their city with fire. They ripped polycarbonate sheets out of place from the hulls, tore the pilots from their cockpits, and stopped the propeller blades in their tracks. To those on the ground watching from afar, it was a brutal sight as real people were being treated like a bird would treat their prey. Soldiers were pulled apart in the air, their bodies hitting the ground or rattling down the side of the physical protection dome that now encircled the mystical city. It was a bloodbath, all 6 helicopters ripped out of the sky, their 72 occupants either torn apart or left to burn in their coffins of steel and magnesium alloy. Meanwhile, Braxton had now emerged from the northern gate, a hulking sight at 8 feet tall, covered in highly polished steel and deep navy leather. He walked slowly to the armed unit that was approaching his city. There were 50 armed men that were moving in unison, partnered with 2 Husky TSVs, each mounted with a general-purpose machine gun for rapid and heavy suppressive fire. The sight of Braxton had stopped them in their tracks, their bodies pumped even harder with fear and adrenaline. The pristinely clean double-edged axe that he was carrying was the size of a human at 6 feet tall. It glistened elegantly in the sunlight. Braxton let the axe trail behind him, scratching deeply into the tarmac as he made his way to the group. The temporary silence was lifted when the unit heard the gunfire and screams of men to their east and west. Fire at will being the key command, the air was filled with all 50 troops unleashing the full power of their assault rifles, alongside the 2 mounted machine guns. From the click of the first trigger being pulled, Braxton got into action. Initiating his invulnerable skill, he paired this with Rush and Boomerang. Ability, Invulnerable. Take 0 damage from physical and magic effects. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Ability, Rush. Sprint at the speed of sound to your target. Max distance, 200 m. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Ability, Boomerang. Throw your weapon in any direction and it will return. Max distance, 1 kilometer. Uses 3. Cooldown, 10 minutes. In a blur, he was amongst his enemy. Running through the front 2 lines of men, they lay, bodies smashed along the ground. Limbs that caught a glance of Braxton as he charged in were torn clean off. Panic set in amongst the group. Braxton was somber. He was born for battle, but this was a bloodbath. The fire from the machine guns on the vehicles was heavy. The impact of the bullets caused his movements to slow, slightly. He threw his giant battle axe towards the first vehicle. It sliced through the metal like a knife through butter. In one fluid motion, the axe continued swirling through the air, rounding its way back to Braxton. As soon as the handle touched the palm of his hand, he had flung his weapon in the opposite direction towards the final vehicle. Every soldier in its path was grimly cut down. It slowed for nothing and nobody. Whilst Elaith was 2 levels higher than himself and firstborn prince of their elven kingdom, it was Braxton who was the champion of Terralane. Born in blood, he grew up on the battlefield during the Great Civil War, and he was yet to meet a soul that could match him one-on-one. His axe returned, dripping in blood. All gunshots had now ceased. Troops at the blockade in the distance were petrified and falling into disarray. Turning his back on them as his invulnerability ability went on cooldown, he walked back through the northern gate and into his city. It closed heavily behind him. From the blockade, Ralph had watched on in horror. This had escalated out of control, and he knew in his heart that the relationship was done. Desperately, he pleaded with Central Command to stop the attack, explaining that a lone gunman had caused the confrontation. This was an unnecessary series of escalations from each side. We don't know their culture or customers. We launched the first strike and responded with unnecessary force. He pleaded helplessly. The tones in the tent were mixed. Some agreed to end the threat quickly. Others questioned the orders being given from the chain of command, hidden in their bunkers. Regardless, the order had been given and they must act, however much they disagreed with the politics. Silently and unseen, Hito watched on. Chapter 20. Day 2 at Outpost number 078. Over the course of the next 48 hours, Archie and Ren learned more about their hosts. They were good people. Bob and Maureen had seen and known too much with the fragile nature of global politics, so they were prepared. Lara, on the other hand, it seemed had some borderline midlife crisis after the first event and gone in deep on survivalist culture. Quite a handy midlife crisis, huh, Lara? Archie joked. Haha, definitely. Before all of this, I used to laugh at the idea of being a doomsday prepper. But look at us now, Lara replied. You know, I wish I got into it sooner. There's something so primal and rewarding about being able to navigate by stars, by knowing how to forage and hunt. It made me feel free. For the first time in my entire life, Lara continued, reflecting on her wild transformation over the last year. She was fit, strong, and prepared. I don't know if you saw, Bob chimed in, but I've been growing loads of veggies in my greenhouse. I hope we can get up there soon so you can try some. He paused for a moment, then added, also, I'll teach you some survival tactics. If you want to stay with us, you're going to have to get fitter too. You're both skin and bone. First off, I would love to try your veggies, Bob. Secondly, I think you're right. I'm pretty sure Archie smokes too. Bob, not in here, you're bloody not Archie. You can light up in that office with Maureen if you're desperate. But not till those above us have disappeared, Bob said matter-of-factly. Oh geez. Throw me in it, Ren. Why don't you? Archie chuckled. Maureen had now returned power to the hidden cameras above and was keeping an eye on the military units that had been working their way through her precious campsite. The first night, all 5 units remained at the site and had set up in their house. A large van had turned up and taken not just the 2 wolves they had managed to kill, but also some computer equipment and files from within the house and shop. Hopefully, if there was anything in there that would give away their secret, which she was quite sure was not the case, Christian, her contact on the inside, would ensure they would be mishandled. Christian had worked with her in operations towards the end of Maureen's career in the services. He had eventually moved out of being a top-class case officer and moved into the less stressful life of logistics management. Christian had ensured he was anchored out of the nearby base. He was at the end of his career, so had a little sway here and there as to where he would be stationed. After the events of the evening, Maureen and Bob hadn't slept a wink. Archie, Ren and Lara had all fallen into a deep sleep around 3 a.m. The trauma and physical challenge of their days had taken its toll on them. It wasn't until 10 a.m. that they stirred awake. 7 full hours sleep under the circumstances was impressive. She shuffled back into the main bunker, taking a break from her screens. Right? 4 units have now left the site and only 1 remains. They seem a little too comfortable in our house. I suggest we give it 1 more day and then, Bob, we might have to poke our heads out of the emergency escape hatch. No problem, my sweet, Bob smiled whilst handing her a cup of tea he had just made. Always too kind, my little bear, she smiled back, giving him a gentle pat on his Popeye-like arm. Aw, you are both so lovely, Ren cooed, secretly wishing she had more of that affection in her own life. Right, Bob, Lara, Maureen, Operation Get Me in fighting shape commences. Tell me what to do and I will do it, Archie said, springing to his feet, full of energy. That is the attitude we like to see, Lara said. Let's test your smoker's lungs and get on that treadmill. Don't get off until you have run 5 kilometers, a wicked smile crossing her face. Oh my God, I've not run since I was in school. And I've done a lot of smoking and drinking since then, Archie protested. Ha, scoffed Ren, poking Archie in the ribs. And for you, Ren, do not get off that rowing machine until you have hit 10 kilometers. Time to strengthen those muscles and push yourself. Way out. Ren responded, joining Archie in protest. A giggling Bob shuffled over with 2 bottles of water. You'll need these. Good luck. I'll just be on the couch over there, watching with a bag of popcorn. You can find some gym gear in the cabinets. Use the shower to get changed, obviously. Archie and Ren got to work. The first day of the rest of their lives, they just didn't know it yet. Lara joined them, doing a combination of Olympic lifts at varying weights, pausing between sets to give them words of encouragement. After 1 minute of running, Archie had to pause, and after many stops and starts, he finally finished after 45 minutes. He was really out of shape and completely gassed out. Surprisingly, Ren was not far behind him, finishing her 10 kilometers row just seconds afterwards. They were full of sweat and panting heavily, gulping at the water whenever they could catch their breath. A good start, guys. You'll hurt tomorrow, but we will go again and we all will get that little bit better every day, Lara said whilst giving them each a fist bump, a habit she had picked up in the CrossFit gym she had joined. After some warm showers and a few complaints about how jelly-like Archie's legs felt, they began to discuss their abilities and theories in more detail. They all agreed that it followed a game-like system and they would need to practice to strengthen their powers and discover new skills along the way. To test the theory, they decided to try out some light training with each other in the limited space they had. Archie continuously conjured and threw his latte art pens directly at Lara's arcane shield. They would bounce off limply, and after an hour of absolutely zero progress and feeling it was a waste of their time, they gave up. I think perhaps we can only level up in more rigorous scenarios. I don't think we can game the system like this. Whatever it is, Archie wondered, we could try out something a bit more dangerous above ground. Ren can heal us if anything goes wrong. Hopefully. If trouble doesn't find us first. Sure, Lara said. It seems to have a habit of finding us up there though, based on a single day's experience. It's one wild world now. Chapter 21. News in from London. It was midday on day 2 that detail on the news from Canary Wharf came in through their ham radio system. It had been relayed by a suspected military link in their chain of outposts. It feels like we've been merged with another world, doesn't it? Lara said to the group. Entire areas of our world, gone and replaced either in pockets or across large areas at scale. Entire towns and cities? At this point, Lara, nothing is off the table and everything is possible, Maureen calculated. Archie was over at the darts board testing out his new heightened aim. He was freakishly accurate now with his proficiency skills supporting him. He was delighted to see it extended to the handling of the darts themselves and wasn't just his latte art pens. If things ever get back to normal, I'm winning the darts championship, he declared proudly after scoring his 10th consecutive 180. If anything, Lara continued, rolling her eyes at Archie for the interruption. If anything, it shows that we need to get stronger and fast. Those elven creatures are clearly stronger than anything on this planet. I mean, one elf against a squad of over 15 armed men. It makes me wonder how you survived those wolves. Or those trolls, for what it's worth, Bob chimed in. If there was any order or sense to any of this, Archie interjected, you would imagine that high-level creatures or areas would spawn together. But this is not the case. Ren and I were almost a stone's throw away from that elven town. Yet the creature we faced was only marginally stronger than us. If you and Chris had not got your powers together at the same time, we probably would all have died, Ren mused with an air of innocence. So do you think this was planned, or not? Lara asked inquisitively. A hard one. Based on the alleged conversation with the elves before it all went to shit. If I was a betting man, I would say that neither of us from each world made this happen. Maybe something even bigger and greater than we can imagine? Maybe God is real. I mean, nothing makes sense, and the only insight we have into this other world is them asking questions on why we brought them here. I would be inclined to agree with your theory, young man. Quite the skills of deduction you have, Maureen said, signing off like Yoda with her last sentence to try and lighten the mood. Ha! I didn't take you for a Star Wars fan, Maureen. Lara chuckled, her lightly freckled face creasing with lines of laughter. Who knows? Maybe Jedis are real now. That would be awesome. If Jedis do actually exist and I'm a thief, I would be so bloody mad. On that note, Maureen yawned, I think I need a nap for a couple of hours. I've not pulled an all-nighter for many, many years. Lara, could you keep a check on the monitors for me, my dear? Of course, she replied, placing her hand gently on Maureen's shoulder. With that, Maureen hobbled to the far corner where her bunk bed lay and used gentle taps with her cane as she walked. I do worry, Bob whispered, something that powerful, so close to where we are. Maybe our secret haven isn't as safe as I had hoped. Concern deeply etched across his normally jovial face. If anyone has a plan, Bob, it's Maureen. It's a heavy load, leading a group, and we will share that burden with you both, Bob. We are one united team, Lara said. That's right, Archie and Ren said together, nodding their heads. I honestly think the best bet is to stay here and learn more information from the other outposts. Lara added. I agree. But we also have to get out there and find out what's going on around us and relay that information back to the network, Bob replied matter-of-factly. Fair point, Bob, Lara replied. I will stick my head out tomorrow. Let's follow Maureen's plan. With that, she stood and made her way to her post in the monitor room. A momentary awkward silence settled between Bob, Archie, and Ren. Have either of you played Settlers of Catan? Ren asked, quickly breaking the awkwardness between the three of them. No, Bob and Archie sounded off together. Great. I'll teach you, Ren said, a grin breaking out across her face as she walked over to the book and games shelf to grab the box she'd seen earlier. First, we should make this place a little cozier. Poor Maureen is trying to sleep, so let's dim the lights right down. Ren turned out the main lights and instead turned on a series of lamps across the main oak table. They cast a warm light over the board that was now being set up. After 15 minutes of trying to explain the rules, Ren settled for a play-and-learn approach with the two. After a while, they were in a proper rhythm, all of their worries forgotten, and complete focus was on the game in front of them. Bob had a mischievous glint in his eye as he strategically placed down new settlements. The three of them pretended and joked with each other at their dismay as access to key resources were blocked. Knew I need those sheep, Archie mocked through a hushed whisper, careful not to disturb Maureen. You know, Bob, considering you haven't played, this board is pretty worn out. Ren called out. Are you being cheeky, Mr. Bob? You got me, giggled Bob. I bloody love Catan. The room filled with laughter and silent giggles as they tried to control themselves whilst Maureen slept peacefully only 50 meters away. Comfortable silence settled between them, only interrupted by the rustle of cards and resources, or the occasional clink of game pieces and roads being laid across the board. Bob ended up taking a sweeping victory across the group against a valiant effort from Ren and a dismal first performance by Archie. It was only a game, but it felt like the start of a true friendship between them. Ren had only known Archie as the kind man that served her coffee 2 days earlier, and Bob was a complete stranger. But in this moment, she felt closer to them than she had felt to anybody in a long time. After a couple of hours, Maureen, as promised, was back out of bed and at the monitors once more, Bob by her side to keep her company and discuss next steps. Meanwhile, Lara was putting Ren and Archie through their paces again. 2 workouts in 1 day is too much, Archie said, deflated. We won't be able to move tomorrow. It's not even a workout, Archie. I'm just showing you. And showing you being the operative word here. I'm pretty sure I get it. Pick up a heavy weight and then put it back down again. Okay, hot shot. Copy this, Lara said, just the bar. No weight. As she slid off the 20 kilograms plates. Quickly, she snatched the barbell above her head and went into a deep squat before standing tall. With grace, she placed the bar back down on the floor and skipped over to Archie, elbowing him in the ribs. Go on then. Wow. Yeah, okay. I don't really know what to say. After a pause, he added, show being the operative word. Take notes, Ren, it's time for us to learn. I'll eat the humble pie you've just served me, Lara. With that, Lara resumed her instructive position and talked Ren and Archie through the various weight-lifting movements they would be doing throughout their stay here. By the end of it and a few practice runs, Archie and Ren's nerves were no less settled. This was one heavy bar without the weights being added, and throwing it above their heads was going to take a lot of practice. Also, quick question. If we're doing all of this in here, it's going to end up smelling pretty bloody bad. Isn't it? Archie asked. Yeah, the gym was kind of a late addition on my part. Bob and Maureen had a treadmill for keeping their legs moving. I'm hoping the air filtration system Bob has keeps on top of it, but we may be living in regret for a while. Let's find out together. Gross, said Ren, beaming from ear to ear. Chapter 22, Master of Spies. Aletha's private office was small for any prince or royal household member. The white stone walls were flecked with veins of quartz. A large, thick wooden desk dominated the room, with just enough space left for 4 chairs. One wall was dominated by a large hearth which was burning brightly. The other a bookcase filled with books on ancient magic, military strategy, and leadership. Behind Aletha was the window to the private courtyard of his personal residence. Unusually, there were no armed guards. All available fighters were working in shifts across the fortress city walls and gates. Their people remained on high alert. We are sitting ducks right now, Braxton broke the silence. We cannot be hasty, my champion, Aletha calmed him. The heavy door behind Braxton creaked open and then abruptly closed. "I hate it when you do that," he said in a gruff voice. "Apologies, sir," Hito said, his being now only just becoming visible and fading into the physical realm. He was tall and lean, covered in deep purple and black clothing that allowed for maximum flexibility and adaptation. Not built for direct battle, but a man of espionage, deception, and cunning. Hito was second in command of the Spymasters Association of the Elven Kingdom, a direct report and childhood friend of Elaith. They had grown up together, and when Elaith was blessed with the assassination essence tree, Hito helped train Elaith in the art of subterfuge and intelligence gathering. "Sit, tell us everything," gestured Elaith, pointing to the chair next to Braxton, and at the herbal tea that was set out on a table that had been worn smooth by countless nights Elaith had spent poring over strategies and encounters old and new. Hito stood by the fire momentarily, placing his hands towards the flickering flames that crackled and spat warmly. "This world is quite chilly. Just one sun. Interesting. These people are technologically very advanced. They are weak individually, but together, like ants, they form quite the powerful swarm." Pausing for his first drink in 7 hours, Hito slowly sipped the steaming cup of herbs. "They communicate through strange gadgetry. I discern they have no telepathy-like ability, but these machines are allowing unseen people to communicate across great distances. The machines seem to radiate waves of some kind. I can feel it, but I am struggling to describe it to you in words, my lord." "Please continue," Elaith said, warmly. "Of course. Those in command were not in sight. I overheard a number of their troops saying they were hidden in underground and secret bunkers across the country. It seems this world is made up of various factions or countries, and each is experiencing similar event. I heard nothing of our brothers or sisters being mentioned. It does, however, seem that some of their communications with other countries has been stifled by the events, including some of their key allies. The people, in a way, have similar through processes to us. The blockade was strongly divided in the treatment and subsequent attacks on our people." He looked sadly at Elaith before continuing. "Unfortunately, the events at the North Gate and in the air strengthened many of their people's resolve to unite and fight against us. Although, I have a feeling it may have gone that way. The man that came to negotiate, Ralph, he pleaded with those in command to stop. I believe he saw the events unfold for what they were. A series of unfortunate escalations that sadly led to the death of our people. I placed my marked ability on him, my lord, so I can easily find him and spy from whichever location they take him to. I sense he is getting further away quite quickly, however. It may take me a while to catch up to him. You are my spymaster Hito. I expect nothing less. Give a full debrief on the technologies to Braxton, our command and artificers. Amongst their violent toys, perhaps they have some novel ideas or innovations that could help us progress our own technologies further. I know your spies in this garrison are varied in power, Hito, but we need all of them out there in this unknown world gathering as much intelligence as possible. I only have a team of 10 here, my lord. Whatever we gather will be limited and will take time. I know this, Hito. This is why I want you to gather our hunters and assassins. This will take your numbers up to around 80. Teach them your ways, indoctrinate them into your association. It's time for it to expand, and at pace. The integrity of the association may be compromised, my lord, exclaimed Hito. We don't want to end up with spies within spies. Do not forget we still have enemies in our home world. Times have changed, my friend. Our home world is currently a dream. Information is our priority, and this is the only way we can scale what we know. Work with our mages and artificers to share communication portals. They can stretch great distances too. Yes, sir. Your objectives are to train your new command over the next 24 hours. Just the basics. Indoctrinate them. Make them take the oath and swear the words to you dead in the eye. Yes, sir. I will trust that you'll come up with the most effective plan. I suggest, and this is only a suggestion, that your core team focus on the people's command in this world. Allow the hunters to become scouts across the surrounding areas and the assassins to travel further afield. Violence only as a last resort. They are commanded to listen and learn, nothing more and nothing less. Reporting back to you on your own schedule. Yes, my lord. We will have this land mapped out as quickly and efficiently as we possibly can. Then it is decided. Thank you, Hito, for your ongoing service, counsel, and friendship. After he left, Braxton stood. I shouldn't have done what I did. These people will never forgive us now. No, Braxton, you avenged our people, our children. They should not have overstepped the way that they did. I fear what they will do next. You are right. We are sitting ducks. But I do not want to wage war. Not so soon after the wars on our own world. Hito had gathered his 10 core spies in the Great Hall, each one specializing in espionage and stealth. They all wore their deep purple and black mobility armor. They were built for speed and stealth and spent their lives honing their craft. They all took their places along the top table with Hito, ready to address their new recruits. Being part of this association was a great honor and took a lifetime of commitment to join. The minimum bar was being at level 80 or above, which was less than 1% of the population. Each of them were disheartened to learn this bar was now dropping. But they were committed to their prince and would take this as their duty. Outside the hall, a ragtag group of elves were starting to amass. As they made their way into the hall, each of them soaked in the sight. Brilliant white stone, lit by warm glowing torches, evenly spaced with perfect symmetry, separated by large thin arched windows. Each window made of intricate stained glass detail, providing a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and flickered with the sunlight. Large banners adorned the back walls with the crest of the House of Eternal Sun. Armaments that usually decorated the walls had all been removed, making the walls of the hall slightly sparse. Despite this, it was still an impressive sight. Huge wooden tables stood sturdy across the clean white stones. Each doorway a highly polished obsidian that was almost mirror-like in reflection. The hall was famous for festivities and social events, but in times of war it had witnessed true history. Many strategies were derived in these great halls. Battles won and battles lost. Champions celebrated and mourned. It was a hall of celebration, an ode to the natural world and war. A perfect juxtaposition. The hunters and assassin specialists took their places, each glancing at each other nervously. Some of the group were hardened warriors, others had some form of military training and were just starting their careers. Others, like Galier, had only recently received their gifts. He was both short and lanky for an elf at 6 feet tall, considered the runt of the litter. What he lacked in strength and skill, he made up for in charm, quick thinking, and the ability to adapt. The murmuring between the group was interrupted into complete silence at the sight and sound of Hito standing up from his chair at the head of the high table. My elven kin, please be seated. Hito paused briefly to allow for the noise of the hurried scuffles to subside as the group were all eager to demonstrate their ability to follow orders abruptly. You have all been gathered here because of your gifted abilities. To either track, remain unseen, and/or gather intelligence. You are all of different power levels, different lineage, and have a varied level of skill. Those of you with any military training at all, raise your hands. Around 70% of the group raised their hands. Very well, please follow me to the back of the hall. The rest of you remain in place and Commander Lucen will give you your instruction from here. Some time passed as the two groups of new entrants were formed. Lucen waited patiently. She had kind eyes, but the skin around them was haggard. They had seen too much in their time as Hito's right hand. Galier looked around. Only 20 remained in his group. He turned his signet ring nervously between his fingers. You will all undergo just 1 week of espionage and communication stone training. Those of you that pass will immediately be sent out into the field to gather intelligence and report back. Each of you will be out in the field for as long as you can, or until you are ordered back. Violence will be a last resort for each of you. As the less developed of our new recruits, your role will be simply as scouts to help our cartographers map this new land. Those of you with stealth specialisms and enhanced mobility will be required to document this giant city we find ourselves within. Those of you with affinities to nature will be required to move further afield towards the outer regions of this land. Our seers have seen huge green swathes of land waiting to be explored to the north, south, and west of our city. The great, proud city of Teleraine shall stand strong. Taking a pause for breath, Lucen continued, we have 2 clear objectives. Number 1, understand if we have been brought here alone, or if any of our brothers and sisters from neighboring towns, Cities of our world have been summoned here too. Number 2, map the land. That is all. Please check in with Seer Dorian by the hearth. He will document your abilities and assign you to your duties once you've completed your training. Galier's heart was aflutter, but he made his way over to Dorian, ready to prove himself to his family, to the Elven Kingdom, and more specifically, to the House of Eternal Sun. Chapter 23, Above the Parapet. Day 3 underground, and the only member of the group that did not seem to mind in the slightest was Bob. He was merry as ever, shuffling around in his slippers and slipping between quite simply lounging around enjoying books, board games, and various assortments of tinned foods, alongside bouts of becoming a combat and fitness instructor for Archie, Ren, and Lara. His calmness helped keep the newly formed group dynamics flowing. It was clear Lara was the fittest and strongest of the group, but Bob had lived a life of elite-level service with the Special Boat Service. Lara took the study very seriously and took a significant volume of notes, scribbling down every word Bob spoke when he sketched out or talked through example combat scenarios, tactics, and approaches to different situations. "You really should be writing this down," Lara said to Archie and Ren on the third evening. "What's the point? You've written it all down, we can just read your notes," Archie snorted. "Damn right," Ren beamed, high-fiving Archie. Maureen and Archie were both tearing their way through nicotine patches and vigorously chewing on nicotine gum to help keep their moods in order. Lara broke up her day with multiple bouts of cardio or weight training sessions. Ren and Archie stuck to just one workout per day so far. Ren just seemed quite bored with being cooped up. Archie gave her the occasional nervous glance, expecting her own withdrawal symptoms to kick in at some point after her admission in Great Bardfield, but it was yet to come. Perhaps her self-purge ability did more than its description had let on. At 2000 hours, Maureen gathered the group to go over their plan for the next day. "So, we are all agreed, a short scouting mission, away from the roads heading west to St. Mary's Church. The objective for today is to understand whether all residential areas around us have been evacuated, or just those that have been subjected to the magic of this alternate world. Yes, Maureen. If I see anybody, hide. If I get into trouble, run. Turn on this radio and tune into our channel if I'm stuck or going to have to return later than 4 hours from when I set off." "That's the ticket, my girl," Maureen chimed. "I really think I should go with you," exclaimed Archie to the group. "My dear boy, you will only slow Lara down this time around. Lara could handle herself before she got these powers. Now she is pretty much a damn superhero," Bob said, looking at Archie with apologetic eyes. Archie hung his head. He knew in his heart this was true. He didn't like it, but he could change that over time. "Okay, I will stay back, that's fine. But if there is any trouble, let us all agree that I should go out there to bring Lara home." "How chivalrous of you," Ren teased. "But if she is in trouble or hurt, it has to be me, surely? I can mend a sprained ankle or broken bone." "It has to be both of you," stated Maureen. "You both are a team with some complementary-ish skills. Archie on the front line and Ren at the back. The best combination is actually Lara and Ren at the moment, but eventually the three of you together should gel very well." Archie was kind of pissed that he was considered surplus to requirements right now, but he let it go. Without this team he would have died twice, right? "I've got a full body weight session on the menu tonight. Time to up the ante, so I am ready for future missions," Archie half-whispered as he walked over to the training area. "So your secret cameras, Maureen. Are you certain the military units have left now?" Ren asked. "Yes, my dear. The final squad moved out earlier this morning and haven't returned. I will keep an eye overnight, but I think their resources will be stretched, and setting up camp at a little farm for a family that has potentially been eaten by wolves is definitely a waste for them. Also, Lara will take our second exit, which will take her above ground, outside of the area of our campsite. The troops that were here walked right over it in their initial sweep and were none the wiser. They didn't return to that area either," Bob said. "Okay," chirped Ren as she went over to join Archie with no further explanation needed. "If he is going to start training twice per day, then so am I." After some training, and in Bob's case jigsaw puzzling, Lara, Archie, and Ren went to bed. An early night for an early start tomorrow. She didn't let it show, but Lara was racked with nerves. Not for her own safety, but for the simple fact that she did not want to let her group down. Archie and Ren immediately began to snore away, their bodies exhausted from the unusual amount of physical activity they were putting onto themselves for the first time in decades. A smile and a small chuckle escaped Lara's lips, and with that she rolled over and fell to sleep, put at ease by their deep, soothing breaths. Bob finished making his 10th round of tea for the day and took 2 warming cups into the office, settling himself for another long night on the monitors with Maureen. They would sleep in shifts. The next day was the first time the group had set an alarm. It startled Archie and Ren awake from their drunken dreams. Lara was already dressed and lacing up her boots at the central oak table. Rubbing eyes and scratching at his floppy black hair, Archie tried to scramble out of his bunk bed, temporarily forgetting he had the top bunk. With a thud he landed, mid-sentence, "She thigh it. Ah, for God's sake." With a groan he got to his feet. Lara rushed over, concern etched across her face. Ren giggled uncontrollably in her bunk. Maureen stared over the fresh pot of coffee she had brewed for the group, and Bob came bumbling, filling in the doorway to the office space. "That's one way to wake yourself up." Lad Bob laughed as he caught Archie slowly getting to his feet. "Time for breakfast, a final review of the maps, and then our first mission. My first one in 20 years. I am kind of excited. I hope that's okay." "You are not going out there, Bob," Maureen scowled. "You're too big and slow these days for espionage." "I know," he replied. "Just nice to feel like I'm part of a crack team of the finest people this country has to offer." Ren jumped to attention. "Sir." "Yes, sir." Lara felt warm. Archie and Ren had immediately put her at ease. She had woken up and just lay silently in bed hours before the alarm buzzed at 6 a.m., tension building up inside her. She was so relieved to have met them and have them here in the absence of Christian, who was most likely busy running logistics and transportation, hopefully looking after her mother, just like he promised. Lara did worry about her friend, Wilton. He was a librarian and academic. A few months ago he had moved out of the local area, but was connecting with survivalists in and around Manchester. Hopefully he would make contact soon. The sausage and bean from a canned breakfast with a slice of well-buttered toast was a treat for the group. Conversation was quite sparse as the worry had now settled in for everybody, just wishing that Lara got out there and came back safely with no drama. The clatter of knives and forks on their plates subsided. It was time to clean up and recap the plan and execute. Maureen had set the plan, but it was Bob who ran through it, writing and sketching on the large white walls of their bunker, which were coated in whiteboard paint. "Alpha Unit, that's you. Lara moves out first. You know the path to Spain's Hall estate. Down the river to the fork, from the fork head west until you reach the estate. There is plenty of tree cover. There is a small housing estate between here and there. Utilize the cover, move through the fields. Omega Unit, that's you. Archie and Ren." Bob smiled as they both straightened up, trying to be as serious as they could. "You will await a clear response from Alpha Unit that our hatch is clear. 10 minutes after this, you move out. Your objective is to see if any more of our food stores in our shop or house are available and haven't been taken by the forces. You will exit from our emergency hatch, circle round the tree line that surrounds our campsite, and make your way into our house for the search. Whilst out there, check on the nearby houses from afar to see if they have been evacuated also. Based on the comings and goings over the last 3 days, we believe all these residences to now be empty." Bob had sketched out an enlarged version of the map he had also placed at the center of their giant oak table, a table that would become their center for operations. He indicated the tree lines, paths to safety, contingency plans, and hypothetical scenarios. Finally, one last equipment check to ensure their long-range walkie-talkies worked and were purposefully set to the wrong channel in case of capture. Lara, Ren, and Archie all had to go over their backstories in the event they were caught. Where had they been for the last 3.5 days had to be compelling and based in truth to seem real. Finally, at 7:30 a.m., they were ready. Lara made her way nervously toward the ladder at the back room of their base, which was where their toilet and shower rooms were located. "It's time, honey," Maureen said calmly, steel in her eyes as she looked at Lara, filling her with confidence and grit. "Yes, let's get it over with then." Lara climbed the ladder, opened the hatch, and stuck her head above the parapet. Chapter 24. The world, forever changed. The heavy trapdoor was slowly raised. Nervous eyes peered out between the trees. Nothing. With a lurch, the door was then pushed open and Lara emerged. Breathing heavily, she tried to calm herself. Seems okay. Call you in 10-inch, she whispered through the crack in the ground as she slowly lowered the door back down. Kicking over some leaves and twigs, she recamouflaged the secret entrance into their underground bunker. She stayed low to the ground and squat-walked toward the nearest tree. Cool air washed over her, showering her with scent of nature. Damp soil and the morning dew was fresh in the air. Lara had only been underground for 3.5 days, but the vibrancy of the world shook her. Deep greens, chirping birds, sunlight creeping through the leaves of the trees that surrounded her. She was filled with joy. She felt free and excited for a world of adventure. As dictated by Bob and rehearsed in her mind constantly overnight, she scouted the surrounding area to their hidden entrance, making use of her compass, printed map, and binoculars for distance. She heard and saw nothing to make her suspicious. Checking her Garmin watch, she set a timer for 9 minutes and set off due west towards the Spain's Hall estate. The peace and nature was occasionally interrupted by the hum of more helicopters or fighter jets, thousands of meters above her. The world must truly be in a state of chaos, she thought to herself, weirdly finding herself smiling. Lara followed the tree line that cut across the edges of the various farming fields that surrounded their campsite, eventually making it to Little London Hill Road. Jolting across the road, she jumped into the adjacent field and scrambled towards the cover of trees, once more, as the sound of her Garmin alarm began to beep. Perfect timing, she chuckled. Once in cover, legs and jacket now covered in mud. She took out her radio, tuned it, and called in. Alpha unit clear. Please proceed Omega. Over. Okay, I understood. Over and out, replied Ren on the receiving end of her broadcast. A brief pause and then Ren chimed in again. Roger Wilco. Over. Lara smiled before replying. This is Alpha unit. Out. Bob must have told her off and to reply properly, she mused. Spotting a tall tree amongst the grouping that she was currently hidden amongst, Lara got to work. With a run-up and a kick off the tree trunk, she managed to clasp onto its lowest hanging branch. With ease, she pulled herself up, wrapping her legs around the branch for support. Moving from branch to branch, slowly but efficiently, her boots scratched at the bark. Finding a sturdy place to sit and be still, she rested and then pulled out her binoculars. Adrenaline coursed through her veins, completely unsure of what she would find, or what she would even want to find. Just over 500 meters away, a small estate of large houses and outbuildings stretched outwards. This was all actually owned by one wealthy family. Most of her view was obscured by the family's own private forest, but this was a safe space to take a first look. So far, so good. No movement detected and a relatively peaceful journey. Lara looked further west towards the road that wound its way towards her next destination in Little Stamford. The road was dotted with houses. Again, no movement. Had they all really been evacuated, thought Lara? There was no way there would be enough temporary accommodation for all of these people this quickly. As she panned further west, her jaw dropped and she had to do a double take. An area beyond where she was scouting today had been transformed. Or, for better words, totally replaced with a woodland from the other world. Trees that were almost as tall as the buildings of London burst from the ground. Thousands of hues of greens graced her eyes. A vibrancy she had never before seen completely overshadowed her feelings of earth and nature just a mere 40 minutes earlier. Lara felt both numb and strangely alive all at once. This is what the constant hum in the air was for. Maybe 20 or so miles away from their bunker lay the mightiest chunk of forest she had ever seen that stretched on for miles and miles. It must have been almost the size of London, if not bigger. Above the trees, military helicopters and drones sung in the heavens, high-resolution cameras trying to capture every detail. At the edge of the forest, Lara could faintly make out moving objects, the distance too far to make out clearly from her current position. It must have been where the troops had been redirected. This more than warranted a quick buzz back on her radio to base. Lara dialed it in and explained what she was seeing, taking some grainy, long-distance pictures on her phone to show the group on her return. More than 30 minutes passed before Lara was ready to move. No wolves, no goblins, and no other danger nearby had been spotted. Her confidence began to grow again. Time to continue with the mission. Lara made her way across the next series of fields toward the private woodland of Spain's Hall. She heard the rumbling of 2 cars, some distance to her left. They didn't sound heavy either, Possibly normal cars. Her spine prickled. They could be civilian people unless elves knew how to drive. That specific road would lead to Spain's Hall estate, so she carried on with her objective regardless. Perhaps she could find some answers. Once Lara reached the private woodland of the estate, she took a minute to calm herself. Slow and steady breath work calmed her heart rate and allowed her to focus on the task ahead. With care and caution, Lara wove between the trees, slowly making her way towards the woodland edge. There was a small dirt footpath that meandered through the area. Lara followed its line, but kept 15 meters to the right. Eventually, she found herself hidden out of sight behind a large holly bush that separated her and the estate. Peering slowly around the corner, she saw a bright blue tennis court. This did not surprise her, as many years prior she had looked at the estate via Google Maps satellite imagery. Ah yes, rich people things. Some time passed before Lara made her next move. Keeping to the edge of the woodland, skirting northwest beside the tennis court, she made the decision to dart across a small open area to the next group of trees. This would give her the best view of the main residence and best chance of understanding if anybody was home. She could have played it safe and continued her path around to the farming area, but it would take too long. Glancing at her watch, Lara was caught by surprise that over 2.5 hours had already passed. Shit, I've been dawdling, Lara told herself aloud. Alpha Unit. Taking longer than anticipated. Estimated return 1500 hours. Over. This is Homebase Commander. Understood, over. Alpha Unit. Out. Homebase Commander, that's new, Lara mused to herself. Bob was a funny character. If anything, Maureen was the commander and Bob her trusty lieutenant. Time to make my move, she thought, gritting her teeth and sprinting across the open land towards the next series of trees. She sat on the cold morning ground, her back pressed heavily into the tree trunk. Closing her eyes once more and listening intently, Lara's ears picked up on distant explosions. Something must be happening in the city. Then, all of a sudden, voices. A man and woman were having a relatively aggressive argument on the opposite side of the house. It was too distant to make out the words, but the tones were definitely agitated. Keeping low, Lara moved towards the southwest corner of the house. Keeping her head below the window line, she edged around the house until eventually finding herself towards the front to find there were a large number of cars parked across the driveway. There can't be this many people here. I saw no movement, nothing, Lara told herself in a panic. She counted 15 cars across the various driveways between the buildings. There could theoretically be anywhere between 15 and 75 people here. Theoretically, she assured herself, taking a slow step backwards. There were 2 large houses, each at least 7 times bigger than her own detached cottage in Thaxted. The woman she could see at the edge of the driveway gave the man a hard shove, got into her car and slammed the door shut. Crying children sat in the back seats of the car. In a rage, she reversed hastily and sped away, her tires spitting gravel as she went. Fuck off then, the man shouted after the car. He was a large burly man that looked like a stereotypical gangster. Bald head, a little overweight with a strong beer belly. His arms were covered in faded tattoos, pink skin from a recent holiday, and fat fingers donned thick gold rings. This was not the type of person that Lara hoped to meet today. Oi oi, a snaky-looking man shouted from across the driveway. Emerging from the second residence, there were 10 men and 2 women, each of them carrying some form of weapon and all of them looking brutal. They were completely out of place with their surroundings. Got the staff all locked up in the cellar, chief. We should have just buried them, mate, he continued, shouting across the driveway. Fear now enveloped Lara. I gotten too close. What the hell have I got myself into? She said to herself. But this man wouldn't let us. So, out of respect, I said fine, but you give us the word, boss, and they're gone. The man carried on whilst pointing to the scariest-looking man Lara had ever seen. Light tan skin, clean-shaven head, wearing a plain black t-shirt, black jeans, and trainers. His arms were also covered in tattoos, but expensive and intricately detailed. He had a furrowed brow and aggressive eyes and walked with an air of confidence that demonstrated he was not intimidated by his company or even the wider existential threats the world was currently facing. He glanced at the snaky little man, but said nothing. We will adhere to our good friend Mr. Vasquez's wishes, the larger, bald man replied. But he wants to let them all go. Absolute madness, protested the man. Lara noticed his voice had cracked slightly and his confidence drained from his face once the man they had called Vasquez had even so much as looked at him. Let's discuss it inside. Come on, the large bald man said, brushing the disagreement under the carpet. It is too cold out here. Chapter 25. A New World Order. Lara was frozen stiff, too scared to move or make noise. She waited until the group had gone into the house. To her dismay, she could hear them moving towards her position, murmured voices passing through the window pane above her head. Slowly, on her hands and knees, Lara made her way towards the back of the house. The gravel beneath her shifted like sand. Oh God, it's too loud, thought Lara. The murmuring she could hear had stopped. Doors were flung and slid open and multiple sets of footsteps could be heard pacing their way through the gravel. Like a hare being chased by greyhounds, Lara bolted towards the private lane and driveway that wound its way towards the second residence. She could follow it south towards Spain's Hall Road. Shouting followed her, but she did not turn back and put all of her effort into a full Mission Impossible-style sprint. Get after her, she heard someone scream, followed by many scrambling footsteps behind her. Despite their muscles or grit, Lara was too fast. The gap between the groups widened. Quickly, Vasquez watched from the house, a wry smile forming at the edges of his lips. As Lara sprinted across the path, her heart dropped as she heard a number of engines rev up at the front of the house. The sound of approaching cars soon caught up with her. She turned just in time to see the snake-like man with greasy black hair gunning towards her at rapid pace, with no intention of slowing. Lara leaped out of the way and rolled down a small bank into the adjacent tree line that followed the curvature of the path. With a tumble and a thud, she hit an oak tree, cracking her ribs as she went. Staggering to her feet, she tried to continue, but was greatly slowed by her injuries. The man in the second car skidded to a halt by the side of the path and swiftly tackled her to the ground. Soon swarmed by 4 others and strong-armed into the back of a car, she was on her way back to the house, hands cable-tied behind her back. Surprising herself, the fear she felt before had dissipated, and once more she felt a flame inside of her begin to flicker. Lara found herself hauled in front of the thug from the driveway. He seemed to be their ringleader. Well, what do we have here then? He sneered, looking Lara up and down. Explain yourself. Holding her head down, she said nothing. She was kicked down to her knees. She didn't bother to look at the culprit. She had a gut feeling it was the skinniest of the runt trying to prove a point. Instead, she was innately focused on starting, but not actually using her burst of flame ability, noticing that it warmed her hands and wrists significantly before firing. The cable tie around her wrists was beginning to weaken and soften. She would find her moment and strike when the time was right. Bob taught her that patience and planning were often the key to success, and it was advice she had wrongly ignored earlier. Not this time, she thought. The ringleader grabbed a fist full of her frizzy brown hair and yanked her head upwards, forcing her to look at his bulging, grotesque face. A wicked smile revealed gold incisors that glinted, cheaply, in the light. You know, he said, I could use a new bit on the side. Leave her. Let her go, a voice commanded in a thick Mexican accent. Lara glanced across the room to see the man they referred to as Mr. Vasquez making his way across the hall. Snarling, the ringleader turned around. You, my friend, are starting to overstep. You were brought to this country to help with a specific threat to our business and to help your compadres broker a new supply deal. Your friends are all dead and you have no way home. So you are either with us or against us, the ringleader continued, emphasizing with us in his speech. You are turning into animals, Vasquez spat, not breaking eye contact. The others around him bristled, ready for action. All eyes were now on Vasquez and their leader. No, Mr. Vasquez, you have turned weak. Strange for a Sicario who I was informed was as good as it got. You overstep, you look at us like we are common criminals. Maybe we were, but now we have a chance to take a piece of this land as our own. The forces have too much to contend with to worry about our little operation, and why not build it out in this beautiful location? All of this space for us to utilize quickly. The man was now on a roll. He wandered around the thick red-carpeted room. His arms were spread wide, and he looked at the old-fashioned and ornate furniture as he spoke. The air of possibility was clear in his voice. This was his big opportunity and one he would grasp with both hands. even if it killed him. There's a new world order. Mr. Vasquez, and I am ready to take my place on the throne. He was almost euphoric now. Kev, take our girl to the back room over there. We will work over our lovely Mexican protege. It is high time we show him where he now sits in our beautiful organization. Work up an appetite for our new princess. Hey, the yobs sneered and jeered, ready for violence, almost hungry for it. Kev, it turned out, was the snake-like man. Thick, greasy hair matted his forehead, missing teeth, a crooked nose from multiple breaks, and a scar that ran down the left side of his face made him a frightening sight. He had clearly survived and thrived in the hardships of his life and was readying himself to take more. As he pulled her up, he didn't notice the slight movement in her arms. Lara didn't make her move yet as she surveyed the room. The remaining 5 men were now either brandishing knives or had picked up one of the various cricket bats or golf clubs that had decorated the walls. One had taken the metal poker from the fireplace. It was going to be gruesome. Kev threw her into the room, and to her dismay he walked in after her, turned around and locked the door. A cruel giggle escaped his lips. He turned and lunged at her, anger and greed in his eyes. Lara utilized his body weight against him, anchoring her feet and pivoting at the point of contact. Kev was flung against the solid brick wall by a small fireplace nestled in the corner of the room. Before he could get to his feet, Lara kept her assault in full swing. A run-up and swift knee to the face, followed by a series of blows from her fists and elbows to the back of his head, did the job. She didn't stop for at least a minute, animal instincts taking hold of her. He was unconscious and bleeding heavily from a rebroken nose. Lara had initially considered using her powers, but was not prepared, yet, to kill another human, no matter how vulgar they were, nor the circumstance she found herself in. Saving her powers for an escape was front and center in her mind. His life was secondary. Stepping backward, she took in the sight of the unconscious assailant. How the bloody hell did I do that, she thought to herself. Bob had been training her in various forms of combat over the last year, and she had taken a number of kickboxing, as well as jiu-jitsu classes to prepare her for facing the worst of humanity after the first event. Formulate your plan, commit and adapt accordingly. Do not hesitate, it will kill you, was advice for combat that Bob had been drilling into her during their sessions, and that is exactly what she had done. Amongst the action and her own adrenaline taking over, Lara had failed to hear the screams of the assault next door. It sounded brutal, smashing glass, huge thuds of a body being thrown around, the crying of a man in pain. That man, he had tried to save her. At the very least, I should attempt to save him, even if it gets us both killed, Lara thought, trying to rapidly formulate a plan in her head. But she was too late. No, no, please. No, a quivering man's voice called out. Bang, 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 bang. 6 shots rung out, one after the other. Oh fuck, Lara said out loud, rushing over to the window for an escape route. She would smash the window and run for cover. It again was too late. The door to the room was kicked wide open. She turned to meet her maker. How? She said. Vasquez said nothing, looked at the man, named Kev, who lay bent over unconscious. Bang! A bullet straight through his head. No hesitation. He filled the doorframe covered in blood. Other people's blood. His hands and forearms completely soaked in a deep red. Flecks of blood dashed his face. His hard eyes bore into Lara. Leave. The others will be coming here now. I will free the people they have trapped in the basement. With that, Vasquez turned on his heel and walked out the door. A ruthless, killing machine. A magnificent wonder. Chapter 26. Freshly baked bread. Lara dashed out of Spain's hall, the adrenaline coursing through her veins and mind stuck on the blood-soaked image of Vasquez allowed her to ignore how tired her body was feeling. The scariest 60 minutes of her life so far. Scary, but exciting, thought Lara. The flame that roared inside her had started to flicker and simmer down as she made her way through the fields back to the safety net of outpost number 078. Archie. Stop being such a moron, groaned Ren as they went about their reconnaissance mission around the campsite shop and homestead. Ren, I've not felt this limber and agile since I was 10 years old, pleaded Archie. If I want a roly-poly, I will roly-poly. What the hell is a roly-poly? You mean forward roll? Ren cringed. You British have such strange words and phrases. I thought roly-poly was a bug until I came to this country. Then I find out it is a dessert. Now you are telling me it is a forward roll. No wonder everyone finds the English language so confusing. I think it has something to do with this evasiveness proficiency. Since all of this started, none of my usual aches and pains have occurred. I feel limber, Archie exclaimed after completing his second consecutive front roll. Ren stuck to the mission. Into the property she filled her bag with long-lasting produce. Archie trailed her and retrieved Bob's camouflage kit from his wardrobe. They both took stock of Bob and Maureen's house. Everything looked as if it used to be neat and tidy, although the peace had been disturbed not just by the night with the wolves, but also the troops that had made the home their own for a number of days. Papers lay scattered across the floor, the fridge raided, and all the cupboard and wardrobe doors hung open. Both Archie and Ren glanced at each other. Maureen would be sad that her beautiful and meticulously decorated home had been left in such a state. Let's tidy it up a little bit. It won't be so bad for them if they decide to come back in here, Archie said. With that, he and Ren quickly got to work, stacking up the papers and putting the house in order. Ren even gave the floors a clean with their Dyson cordless hoover. This is Archie. Over. Calling the base. Over. Sorry. Home base. Message received. We don't know an Archie. Over. Bob replied. I mean, Omega Unit. Over. Understood. What do you want? Bob sighed, giving up on the usual protocols. We will be about 45 minutes to maybe an hour late. Everything is fine. Don't worry. Over. Stick to the mission. Over. Yep, we will. Thank you. Bye, Archie replied. Pop on an apron. Oh, Bob chuckled. Can they see us? Ren said in alarm. They're a wily old couple, aren't they? Hidden cameras in here too, huh? We should have spent more time at their monitors, Archie laughed, as he slowly and casually slid Maureen's light pink apron over his neck. Let's give them a show. With that, Ren and Archie doubled down. Bright yellow marigold gloves and feather dusters, they restored the house to its former glory over the next 2 hours. Tightening and securing the shutters that protected the downstairs entrances and windows, the house was now a real, viable place to live. Grabbing the hidden set of keys to the back door, they left the property and locked up. Filling the remaining space in their bags with food and clothing from the shop, they made their way back around to the secondary entrance to their outpost. Maureen had warned that there may be surveillance equipment or eyes on the campsite, so for the avoidance of doubt, they should exclusively utilize the secondary entrance for the foreseeable future. A few radio calls later, as well as trips back and further between the shop and their outpost, Bob opened the camouflaged iron trap door for the final time. Archie and Ren had made 5 trips in total, filling their outpost with food, as well as extra equipment and clothing from the shop. They now had enough supplies for well over a year. Making their way into the main room of the bunker, they were met by the smell of freshly baked bread and a steaming hot pot of tea. Butter and jam sat at the center of the giant oak table. Something nice for you both. You were so very kind, Maureen choked. And we had a great laugh at you with those marigolds on, Bob chipped in. His usual grin stretched widely across his cheerful face. It's the least we could do, after all you have done for us, Ren said as she wandered towards the center of the room, drawn in by the enticing wafts of fresh bread. A job well done, Bob beamed, although you really need to work on your radio calls. For just a moment, Archie and Ren stood motionless, taking it all in. The kindness of strangers, the gold and brown hues of the bread, the complex scents and the comforting warmth. A feeling of love that both of them had not felt for so very long. After a brief, yet powerfully emotional moment, the 4 of them laughed and joked, forgetting about the troubles of the world for a time. All of them brought together by the food, light conversation, and Archie's general tomfoolery. Bob teased them further by putting a DVD recording that he had burned in Maureen's office on the big TV at the corner of the room. Played in double speed, it showed Archie and Ren clumsily moving around the house above. Aprons, gloves, and feather dusters suited them. The piece was broken by a radio call. Alpha Unit to home base. Come in. Quick as a flash, Bob was on his mobile receiver. This is home base. Over. Alpha Unit approaching final rendezvous point in T-2 minutes. Over. Home base. Message received. Out. You see, Archie, that is how it's done. Concise, nothing to give her identity away. Nothing to explain where she is heading is the home base and a timed warning for me to open the door. Bob informed the room, continuing much better than, "Hey Bob, I mean home base. I'm stood outside your door blah blah blah. But don't worry, it will come with practice." "Sorry Bob," Archie said, amazed at Bob's ability to go from a jovial and playful mood over lunch and then straight into action and command on the radio, as seamless as the flick of a switch. It was clear to Ren and Archie that Bob had seen a lot in his time on Earth and probably been witness to many atrocities and hardships during his time in the service. Whilst Bob kept everyone around him happy, engaged and prepared, there were moments in the evenings when Archie would catch Bob, his eyes glazed over, lost in memories he would soon rather forget. A conversation for another time, thought Archie. Chapter 27: Training, Training, and More Training. Lara had just finished explaining the drama that surrounded her attempts to scout the outer areas of their county. Bob could tell that she was quite shaken up, despite putting on a brave face to the group. The British are good at brushing things under the rug, thought Ren, as she carefully watched the dynamics between Lara, Bob, Maureen, and Archie. Bob's giant paw gently placed itself on Lara's shoulder as she sipped a hot cup of tea. "I'm glad you are okay, Lara. You won't have to go out there alone ever again. We're here for you." "It's okay, Bob. I can do it," Lara said. With that, she stood up and made her way towards the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower, and then I want to hear all about the adventure of Archie and Ren." "Don't worry about them telling you, Lara. I've got it all on tape," chirped Bob. "Can you teach us to fight too?" Ren candidly asked Bob. "Sure. Let's start with some boxing. How to throw a punch and some defense will be the most important. But with all these powers people are getting, what I know will likely become outdated." Bob made his way over to the gym area of their bunker. With ease, he lifted the punching bag and attached it on to a discreet hook in the ceiling. Archie and Ren helped Bob move some of the weightlifting equipment and rowing machine to the side, and they took their place as Bob's students for the next hour. They learned how to stand, position themselves, how to move their feet according to the situation. They learned that the power of a punch was actually generated from the ground up and not just from their arms. It was all the basics, but Archie and Ren were hungry to learn, spurred on by the story from Lara. After their lesson, Bob got them to put away the equipment and put the area back to its usual setup. The rowing machine and free weight equipment retook their place at the center of the black padded mats, which dominated a corner of their bunker. As Lara watched on with Maureen, they were both surprised when Archie and Ren moved onto the cardio portion of their day. Archie on the rower and Ren on the treadmill. They each took 30 minutes at a moderate pace and then switched places. They were both focused and dedicated to becoming better, a shift in the happy-go-lucky attitude of Ren and the casual, relaxed, and playful attitude of Archie. You know, their fitness and cardio is improving strangely quickly. Archie could barely run 5 kilometers 4 days ago. Now he can do it after an hour of learning how to box. Bob pondered to the group. "Very strange indeed," mused Maureen. "Lara, what is your personal best for a 5-kilometer run?" "About 25 minutes and a few seconds. Fancy hopping on the treadmill and going for a new one once they're done?" asked Maureen. Once Archie and Ren finished, covered in sweat, gasping for breath and exhausted, Lara jumped onto the treadmill. Curious, she set the pace to complete her 5 km in 23 minutes. A tough new challenge. "There's that fire again," Lara thought as she took her first few steps. As Ren emerged from the bathroom, white towel wrapped around her head, she was greeted to the gruesome sight of Lara vomiting into a bright orange bucket. Bob gently patting her back as she carried on. "Oh my God! What's happened?" shouted Ren. "I guess Lara being Lara?" Archie said, pinching his nose as he made his way by Ren and headed into the bathroom for his turn in the shower. She pushed herself beyond her limits, Maureen told her. 2 minutes beyond her limit to be precise. She did it though. "Very interesting," she muttered as she shuffled off with her green cane towards the office, likely to write some notes, review the CCTV, and listen out for any more information on the radio. Maureen and Bob had been trying to tune their various radios and make contact with other outposts, but it had been sporadic at best. Maureen was desperate for more information. What she would do with that information, Archie and Ren had no idea. Once everyone was cleaned up, Bob set up the board game Risk at the center of the table and convinced everyone, except Maureen, to play. Maureen stayed at her monitors. So, Maureen reckons these abilities go beyond what you and everyone so far has described. Lara, you just knocked 2 minutes off your personal best time. Archie, Ren, you are both exponentially fitter than you were 4 days ago. The kinds of improvements we are seeing are beyond the boundaries of human performance enhancement in such a short time scale. I know what you mean, Bob. That 2 minutes took literally everything I had. But there is no way I could have done that before all of this. Annoyingly, my improvements haven't been leaps and bounds like these 2-inch, she mocked, pointing across the risk board to Archie and Ren. We had a pretty bad baseline, though, Archie shrugged. We had a very bad baseline, Ren interjected. After a couple of hours, various tea breaks, and mocking Ren for being too much of a pacifist for the board game, they had to pause for dinner. Maureen had pulled out a turkey from her chest freezer earlier in the day, and it had slowly been cooking for a number of hours. The smell coming from their kitchen had the group salivating. Bob had been scurrying to and from the kitchen to check on their potatoes and greens was an obscure, but very welcomed sight. Archie, Ren, and Lara were not the best chefs and had usually opted for convenience in their former lives. Maureen, dinner's ready, Bob called out towards the office. A few gentle taps of her cane and Maureen was on her way over. The 5 of them carefully moved their game of Risk to the far side of the table and tucked themselves in, ready for dinner. A family-style, full roast dinner brought them all even closer together. They ate hungrily, the first proper meal they had had since the event. What they had been eating was nutritious and filling, but they had been keeping their meals to a minimum, afraid to utilize their air filtration system too often, and Maureen had banned the cooker's extractor fan. Too afraid any smells could give their positions away to the troops above them. Now that their campsite had the all clear from Archie and Ren and the CCTV showed that the troops had left and not returned for more than 24 hours, the extractor fan ban was over. Everyone was delighted. This is amazing, cooed Ren. The group laughed and joked, doing their best to help Lara forget about the trauma of her day. After a while, as the group began to clear up, Maureen slipped off back to her own personal command center. As the day drew to a close, the young trio crept off to bed whilst Bob and Maureen settled in for their 3rd night shift in the command center. Deep into the night, they were both startled by the crackle of their radio. Chapter 28. Information Overload. It was around 5 in the morning when Lara woke up from her deep sleep. There was a small stack of paper on the oak table that she ignored as she shuffled to make a fresh pot of coffee. It would have been her turn to take over the monitoring shift, but Maureen had set up a little camp bed in there. Lara did think this was more to do with avoiding Bob's snoring than a specific hunger for information. Nonetheless, she was awake, so may as well get out of bed and have a jump on the day. Stretching as she made her way to the kitchen, the events of yesterday weighed heavily on Lara's shoulders. She had to get stronger, she had to get faster, and she had to level up these abilities somehow. The news from London had her spooked. Beings that were infinitely more powerful now walked their world. Humans were no match, and our visitor's intentions remained unclear. With a tired sigh, Lara closed her eyes and practiced a few deep and paced breaths to help shut down the troubling thoughts. The polished concrete floor was cold against her bare feet as she silently padded toward the coffee pot that gleamed gently with the overhead lights dimly lit, providing a faux warmth to their secret bunker. This morning ritual felt unusually normal and is something she had been doing for years. She scooped the coffee grounds from their pot, rich aromas suddenly filling the air. Fresh water into the pot, the gentle gurgles as it heated. The filter now in place, she added the grounds and slowly and with patience. Flicking the switch, the much familiar hum of her coffee maker began. Pushing her face close to her favorite contraption, she let the warm and fragrant stream wash over her. Breathing deeply, she smiled and stayed there in a semi-meditative state. The coffee pot finally clicked. Slowly, Lara opened her eyes, took the pot and slowly poured the hot coffee into her favorite, oversized mug. Turning, she saw Archie and Ren begin to stir, the smell of the coffee being too tempting to ignore for them. Bob wasn't in his usual spot, probably spent the night on the monitors with Maureen, mused Lara. She took 2 mugs over to the table and took a 3rd through to the office for Maureen, expecting her to be asleep in the chair as normal. "You've seen the papers then?" Maureen said, peering over the top of her glasses. The stench of cigarettes hit Lara like a brick wall. "For Maureen? Chain smoke much?" Lara coughed. "Sorry, honey, busy night." Read the papers I left out on the table. In fact, scratch that I'll summarize. Take my coffee back through, would you? Maureen was vibrant and her energy truly buzzed. She kept pace with Lara. The click, click, click of her cane on the concrete sounding more forceful and jaunty than usual. What's going on? Lara questioned. Everything is going on. Please take a seat, dear, Maureen beckoned. Archie, Ren, get over here. You can leave Bob, he already knows. Maureen made absolutely zero attempt to keep her voice low and not disturb her husband Bob. It didn't seem to matter as he continued to gently snore. A giant bear in deep hibernation. Once everyone was settled, Maureen began. Whilst you were asleep, our network received a huge update from outpost number 062. They self-declared they were a government outpost that had been tuned into the network for monitoring purposes. We already had our suspicions, but good to have that confirmed at the very least. They spent over an hour issuing updates. Essentially, they shared as much information as they could, or were allowed to at the very least. I will start with the bad news, and it confirms a lot of what we already know. Wales, the area of Anglesey and Bangor were taken in the event, except it is much worse than we thought. The entire northwest of Wales is gone. Replaced with a mountainous landscape, the stone-like creatures have human-like bodies and have mobilized a huge force. It seems as if the mountain itself is a fortress-type city. Their forces have split into two directions, one seemingly heading to Snowdonia and the other is marching towards Liverpool. Oh my God, gasped Archie. The government have begun to evacuate Liverpool, but not all residents are complying. The city of Manchester is now sandwiched between Liverpool, which may soon fall, and Leeds, which has now been confirmed as swallowed by some kind of giant forest. UK forces are forming a defensive perimeter around the city of Manchester and have confirmed our national parks. The Lake District, Yorkshire Dales, and North Pennines remain safe areas. Temporary structures and safe havens are being established here for the cities under threat. Residents of Manchester are being given the choice of staying or leaving. Those that stay have been asked to volunteer for the forces. Oh, on that note, mandatory conscription may be coming into effect. It is voluntary at the moment. All men and women of age and without disability are being asked to report into their local barracks if possible to join the effort to retake the country. Maureen said this bit nervously, glancing between Lara, Archie, and Ren as she spoke. Moving on to the northeast of Scotland. Aberdeen, and from there a huge area covering the rest of the northeast of Scotland is gone. Very unclear what has taken its place. Mixed reports and rolling dark clouds filled with thunder and lightning are allegedly protecting the area from all surveillance and attempts to enter the location by air. Finally, the entire southwest leg of the UK has been replaced. Again, with thick forest and trees almost as big as our skyscrapers now dominate the area. Strange creatures roam the area, some tame, but many wild and dangerous. The entire segment of country, the tip all the way through to Bournemouth and Bristol, are gone. That's so many people. Oh, I had friends in Bournemouth. They had little kids. Lara began to weep. Ren held onto her hand, eyes also filled with tears. Maureen carried on. There's also the patch of forest that you saw, Lara. Other than that, it seems to be ad hoc tiny pockets of areas that have pulled in creatures or other beings, dotting them at random around the country. No insight into the culprit and zero understanding into any science. There was a call for top scientific minds to make themselves known to officers as soon as possible. I guess because they're creating some sort of brains trust, or maybe have room in their secret tunnels and bunkers that I'm not supposed to know about. She said this last piece with a cheeky wink to lighten the mood. Now the good news. Some of the longer-range communication tools are now working. The bad part of that is that the entire world is experiencing similar events. Back to some good news. As part of this, there's a coordinated effort, largely being led by the private sector, to align on a new standard for communications. Many of our data centers remain intact and functional. Teams are working hard to create a global network of satellites that may very well restore the internet. They've centered on a previously abandoned version of Google's Loon project, essentially carrying transmitters on giant hot air balloons miles and miles above us. That is crazy, Ren. To break a silence that was beginning to settle over the group. The mood was somber and the air felt heavy. There is more, some insight into Ireland. Allegedly, it has been unscathed by events, so may prove to be a safe haven for us all. Some bits and pieces on other countries, and everything I've just told you is documented in the papers I left out on the table here. Read them if you would like. Once you are done, I will file them away. Okay, lots for you all to digest. I have been up all night, so I am going to head back into the office for a proper sleep. If you need to come in, feel free to do so. With that, Maureen tapped her way back to her monitoring station and gently closed the door. Jesus, Archie said, eyebrows raised and eyes stained with tears he had held back during the download of information. Yeah, Lara replied, physically in front of him, but mentally a million miles away. Ren got to her feet. I think I need a shower. Silently she walked away. Archie took the papers from the table. Mind if I give this a read first? He said to Lara. Yeah. That's fine, Lara responded, finding herself lost amongst her thought. I think I'll get my head right before digging into the rest of the detail. I'm going to hit the gym. Hard. All right, what about Bob? Reckon he will be okay? Archie gently inquired. He's a sleeping bear, that man. He will wake when he's ready. A bit of noise won't bother him, Lara smiled, looking at Bob endearingly. Lara spent the next hour achieving a new personal best in various powerlifting moves. Not quite elite-level human performance, but it was an unnatural increase of between 5 to 10 kilograms across her deadlift and back squat. Lara scribbled the results onto the wall, which Bob had smartly covered in whiteboard paint during their renovations. Over the coming days, she would attempt 1-rep max attempts across a clean and jerk, push press, snatch, and bench press movements. Archie spent the hour poring over Maureen's write-up from the early hours. In her brief, she had missed out the various documented incursions that had taken place across the country. Some beings and creatures from the other world were beyond powerful, as documented in London, but others it seemed were weaker and could be dealt with by the military, or even scared off by civilians. It seemed that, for the most part, the creatures that had been displaced without their surrounding areas were weaker. Reading between the lines, Archie wondered what their plan should be. They couldn't hide forever. He definitely didn't want to be conscripted into the military, but at the same time, he had been blessed with these abilities. Sure, they're not the best or strongest abilities, but maybe I can push them into something useful. Something greater, he said to himself. Taking inspiration from his own mind, Archie went to the treadmill to begin his new ritual. A 5-kilometer run in the morning with the aim to get a few seconds faster each time until he found himself plateauing. The rest of their morning was spent training, reading Maureen's notes, drinking coffee, and cooking a breakfast that would eventually wake up their sleeping giant. All three of them secretly wanted Maureen to finish her power nap as they looked to her for a plan and to provide them with a purpose. Chapter 29. Galier the Nyx. Galier was now in day 3 of his training. How to hide, how to utilize the communication stones, how to map terrain and chart the territory. There were a number of gasps from the crowd when he first walked up to Seer Dorian, who took stock of Galier's powers, noting them down in the Journal of Soldiers. Galier was from a famous family. Everyone in his bloodline had walked the path of the warrior, the path of the tank, or the path of the barbarian. They were a frontline family for centuries. His father, brothers, and sisters had fought alongside and under Braxton's command in their Great War. Many people in his community had wondered why Galier, who didn't have the muscular build of his family, hadn't immediately indoctrinated himself to the Warriors Guild. Galier did not enjoy violence, hated bloodshed, and was significantly more curious about the world around him than his family, who all took pride in their service to the House of Eternal Sun. It wasn't that Galier did not want to make his family proud, or that he did not feel loyal to his house. He just wanted to contribute in a different way. Elves, or anyone for that matter, never actually got to choose their initial class. That only came through specialisms that presented themselves at various points in someone's life. Galier was the first in his bloodline to be gifted with the essence of the hunter. He could still hear the gasps in the Hall of Spies when Seer Dorian carried out his reading. Galier had placed his hands in Dorian's palms. A warmth passed over his body, and a purple glow passed between himself and the seer. Ah, Galier the Nyx. A privilege to know your position, Seer Dorian started with, going on to read out the abilities and proficiencies that had presented themselves to Galier so far. Galier the Nyx. Role: Hunter, level 12. Specialism: none. Weapons: throwing knives, daggers, bow and arrow. Abilities: 6. Proficiencies. 5. Ability 1. Camouflage. Blend into your surroundings effortlessly. You will be invisible to all. 0 cost to your mana store but can only be active when stationary or walking. Cast time. 10 seconds. Cooldown. 60 seconds. Mana cost 0. Ability 2. Animal bond. Entwine your soul with another to create a kindred spirit. Must be done with only one animal. Bond breaks with death or at the will of the caster. Cast time. 20 seconds. Cooldown. 3 hours. Mana cost. Extremely high. Ability 3. Spirit sense. See, hear and feel through the perspective of your spirit bond. Cannot move whilst this connection is active. Cast time. 2 minutes. Cooldown. 20 minutes. Mana cost. High. Ability 4. Rapid movement. Double your sprint speed and maneuverability for a short period of time. Cast time. Instant. Cooldown. 10 minutes. Stamina cost. High. Ability 5. True shot. Aim and senses maximize with your bow and arrow. Take one shot with the prowess of a being 2 times higher than your current power level. Cast time. 15 seconds. Cooldown. 12 hours. Mana cost. High. Ability 6. Sedate. Enchant your arrows with sedation poison to slow or stop your enemies. Can be cast on 3 arrows at a time. Cast time. 2 minutes. Cooldown. 6 hours. Mana cost. Moderate. Proficiency 1. Keeping pace. Your natural baseline stamina always operates 1 level higher than your current level. Proficiency 2. Forager. Understand the nature around you, what is edible and safe, what is not, and gain an intuition into how to utilize the plants and wildlife around you. Proficiency 3. Animalistic nature. Wildlife around you that is below your current power level will treat you with respect, unless commanded not to do so. Proficiency 4. Small sharp object handling. Proficiency 5. 1 with nature. Your abilities gain a marginal power boost when used in woodland areas. Base level abilities. Health, 300. Mana, 300. Stamina, 500. Strength, 3. Agility, 9. Intelligence, 9. Wisdom, 9. Charisma, 7. Quite the skill set you have, Galier. Unusual for a hunter, or anyone for that matter, to have 3 base level stats at the upper limits for their power level. I think we may see interesting things from you, young man, not to mention True Shot and Animal Bond. Both rare and coveted abilities to show themselves to a young hunter so soon into their journey. Base level abilities presented themselves to anyone that reached level 10. From this point onwards in anyone's career, each level jump would bring with it a new ability or proficiency, an enhancement to a pre-existing skill or gains to the base level stats they had. Slow gradual gains could also be made through training without the need to jump up a level, but it was a significant time soak. At level 10, the base level stats normally ranged from between 1 to 10. On average, there would be 30 points distributed across the 5 areas of strength, agility, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Galier was gifted with 37, a significantly high baseline, although it was a strange mix for a hunter class. Also, for an elf of his family lineage, his strength and health was on the low side. Day 4 came too quickly. It was time for them to learn the plan, who would go where and with whom, who would get the powerful artifacts being crafted by their townsfolk, who would be assigned with the most valiant of tasks, and who would get left behind. All of the new recruits once again found themselves in the Great Hall. Prince Alaith making a surprise appearance alongside his spymaster, Hito. The hall was buzzing with murmurs, which abruptly subsided as Alaith stood tall and raised his arms. A calmness radiated from him, a trick and skill he had picked up as leader and second in command at the House of the Eternal Sun. My friends, thank you for heeding our call. Thank you for volunteering to be the brave new recruits to this association. I commend all of you. For some of you, this is a path that you have dreamed of. For others, it is your duty. And finally, he paused and looked briefly at Galier before continuing. It may very well be your destiny. Galier and his compatriots got shivers. Goosebumps tickled their skin. We will be splitting you up based on your skill sets, abilities, and levels. Hito, please share your plans. The rest of you settle in. Hito has quite the monologue prepared, Alaith smiled, helping to ease the tension that was starting to build. Very well, my lord. The plan is relatively simple. Each of you has an assignment. Some of you will eventually find yourself in pairs. Some will be operating as part of larger groups with an experienced commander from our association, and some of you will be entrusted to go it alone. Our mages and sorceresses have been writing an extremely complex ritual over the last 3 days, which will portal each of us to a targeted destination. Many of you will be alone, watching, listening, and relaying back information. It will be difficult, times will get tough, but you must persevere. When you feel you can no longer continue, you may leave your post and return home if possible. We are creating a highly mobile rescue team that should be operational over quite large distances for those that cannot make it back safely themselves. The transportation ritual will complete tomorrow at the rise of their sun. We will fuel this with much of our power and cast you to your destinations. The approach is high risk and our city defenses will be temporarily weakened to enable this to happen. But it is a risk we must take. Finally, your assignments have been determined by myself and Prince Alaith. They will be distributed to you all shortly. At a high level, we will be splitting into 30 individual scouts, and 5 teams of 7 and 1 larger team of 15. Those of you in teams will report into one of our 10 spies. You will take your orders directly from them and will be dropped into key, strategic locations. The key is for you to have adaptability on the ground. You will notice 4 of my 10 left a number of days ago. They have their orders and are already in the field collecting information, much of which we will act upon tomorrow. Key locations for the 5 teams of 7. You will all be pointed towards locations known in this world as Wales, Cornwall, the city we find ourselves bound within London, and finally 2 teams across Scotland. Reasons why will be included within your assignment notes. The larger team of 15 will be transported to another kingdom, known here as Ireland. Our understanding is that this land has been untouched by the transformations. We would like to find out why if possible. The secondary assumption is that it could become a key base of operations for those that may act against us. Those of you that will be moving alone. You will be sent to areas of lesser immediate threat. There are a number of areas that have transformed across this land, from areas of our great forest through to mountainous landscapes. You will be sent to these locations based on your skills and abilities. Those of you moving alone will be gifted with a communication stone that will enable you to convene with our mages here. They will only work at set times. Specific instructions and everything you need will be provided to you during the final briefing tomorrow morning. Now, for all of you, please form an orderly queue at the exit and collect your assignments individually. Best of luck to you all. We will reconvene for the final briefing 1 hour before sunrise tomorrow. Spend this evening with your families and friends. Goodbye. The 80 new recruits stood, gobsmacked. This all finally felt real, and the weight of their assignments was starting to fall on them. 5 individuals did not make it through the training, a couple falling short during the mental assessments, with the remaining 3 not having the necessary combination of abilities to take part in the missions that were being planned by Alaith and Hito. Chapter 30. Assignment of Spies. Galier made his way to the far side of the Great Hall to collect his assignment. His heart dropped immediately. He was due to venture out into this world, alone. As the rest of the new recruits found their assignments, they formed their groups immediately. Galier stood awkwardly to the side, head down, with the weight of the world resting gently on his shoulders. A gentle cough stirred him. Looking up, Galier saw the kind eyes of Centaura. She was also destined to follow the path of the hunter, her skill set a bit more traditional than his, with a specialism in animal companionship. At level 30, she was significantly more powerful than Galier, but always found time to help him learn about his abilities and often took him out into the depths of their local forests, allowing him to better understand his oneness with nature. I was a little shocked to see you with no pair or group, Galier. Alaith and Hito must see what I see. You have always been different. In a good way, she said kindly. I don't feel special. If anything, I feel scared. Galier sighed, worry clear in his voice. It's good to feel scared. It means you'll be careful and won't take unnecessary risks. At your level, that will be key. Their metals will cut through you until level 20, when our skin becomes hyper-resistant to the materials of this world. Ha! Thank you for the boost in confidence, Centaura. You always know what to say, Galier joked. Come, our families will be waiting to say goodbye. Santara and her family had been key to the scouting efforts during the Great War. Her family was a blend of hunters, scouts, and assassins, all of which had some form of stealth ability that they had trained from an early age. The assignment notes were clear. Galier was to be transported to a nearby forest, northeast of their position. Initial scouting reports had said that it was a little larger than the city of London and had been likely transported from their kingdom's northern hemisphere. Galier was to scout the forest, remain out of sight, and identify any possible allies that had been transported here with them. As far as they knew, their elven city stood alone in this world. Galier strode beside Santara at an idle pace, taking in the warm glow of sunlight that broke through the cloud cover overhead. Slowly, they made their way across the cobbled streets and towards their family homes. Where have you been assigned? Alaith asked. I'll be part of the Ireland contingent. Unsure on plans onwards from there, but my stealth abilities will see me safe. Do not worry for me. Santara's hand trailed across his back, her long fingertips sending shivers down his spine. The faint hairs across his arms bristled. I'll see you out there, Galier. Be safe. Goodbye, Santara. I'll put your training to good use. I won't let you down. You never have, she smiled, opening the door to her home. The warm cheers of her family burst through the crack in the door, the pride in their voices clear. She headed in without turning back. A moment later, Galier reached his own home. A greeting, similar to that of Santara's, broke through the threshold as his old creaky door was pulled ajar. The volume, however, was at least 5 times louder. His remaining brothers and sisters embraced him immediately, quickly covering him with their giant bodies. All of them were a full foot taller than Galier and of muscular build, their deep vocal cords being stretched as they sang songs of war and glory. Galier's father had been badly maimed in the Great War and watched on, heartbreak in his eyes. His little son off to war, alone. At least last time, the family had each other to rely on and get each other through the hardest of times. He had trained Galier in combat and his technique was second to none. It had to be to make up for his lack of strength and close-quarter combat abilities. Taking his walking stick, Galier's father got to his feet. Son, come. They embraced. Silence fell across the rowdy family as they watched silent tears roll down their father's face. You have always been our unique beacon of light, Galier. Promise me you will be safe out there. Return home swiftly. Of course, as soon as my duty is done, Galier replied. His eldest brother, Barlow, broke the sentimental nature of their embrace with another elven war song, his voice booming above all others. Slowly, the rest of the house rejoiced in song and music. Beer and wine flowed freely across their household that night, more family bonding taking place than the last 5 years combined. Ilyana, his dearest sister, was a hybrid warrior medic class and had specialized in potion brewing over the years. Since their arrival and hearing of Galier being called up to act as a scout, she had been locked in her cellar brewing up a small stockpile of rare potions and cures for her favorite sibling. Amidst the chaos of the Nix house, Ilyana took Galier aside. My sweet brother, you have always been careful, always been caring and never quick to anger. Promise me that you will not hesitate should you encounter violence in your endeavor. I promise, Ilyana, Galier whispered, not really believing himself. Well, just in case, I've made you some of the best and most expensive items I've ever crafted to date. I hope they work as well as I think they should. She unfolded a small box and unveiled a dark brown leather sling that could be worn across the shoulder. Across the front there were 7 holders, each holding a small vial. You've got 3 greater healing potions, 2 greater mana potions, an all-purpose curing salve which can be used to heal smaller wounds, remove poisons or calm rashes, and finally, most impressively if I say so myself, I believe I've managed to make 1 potion of all sense. All sense? You have to be kidding me. That must have broken the bank. Well, there's a potential war about to erupt. They're giving away the ingredients. I just hope I brewed it right. It's a tough thing to achieve. All sense potions were extremely complex and difficult to craft. They would give whomever consumed the potion a coveted ability, all sense, which enabled the drinker to develop a 6th sense. This sense would forewarn of danger from creatures or beings with ill intent towards you and most importantly allow the drinker to gauge others' levels and classes from afar. The ability was so overwhelming it only lasted 1 hour. In exceptional cases, one may be gifted the skill towards the higher levels of 90 onwards. Thank you, Ilyana. I will use them sparingly. Hopefully, not at all, and return home safe. I will pray to the gods for you. They were interrupted by their father, who hobbled down the stairs. It's time to get some rest, boy. Early start tomorrow. Chapter 31. To the Forest. Galier awoke 2 hours before sunrise. His heart beat powerfully within his chest, his mind full of apprehension. Carefully, he began to gather his equipment, forming neat piles across his bed. A hard-wearing leather rucksack contained fresh clothes, enough food and drink for 3 days, and the 11 scouting kit he had received the day before. The kit contained the coveted scouting communication stone. This could be used once per day and act as a direct communication link with the city of Terralane. A team would be monitoring the receiving stones around the clock, and the transportation magic was being constantly kept live by the mages of the city. It was to be used as his primary source for relaying useful information and to check in with the central team as ad when required. At minimum, all scouts were to report back at least once per week, using the charges sparingly to help ease the burden on the handful of mages keeping the network alive. If all scouts tried to utilize the communication stones at the same time, the surge would drain the mana reserves and take a significant amount of time to rebuild and get operational again. It was for this reason that each individual was allocated a time slot for communications, with the exceptions being emergencies. Galier's optional daily check-in was the blue hour after sunset, his mandatory being every 5th day of his summoning. Also in the scouting pack was the summoning stone, a rare and powerful stone that had been hard linked with another geographic location. His location was to be the forest north of London, believed to have been transported from his home world. The stone also held an additional charge and would be able to return him to Terralane, although the return journey would have to be prearranged and prepared for by the mages. Finally, Galier began to assemble his scouting uniform. It comprised of gifts from his family and standard kit provisioned by Hito. It prioritized camouflage, agility, and comfort. All of his gear was made of earthy tones of green, brown, and gray tones to help with him blend into the forest. A light silken tunic that was more green than brown. Over the top, a darker brown leather vest that would provide added protection. The vest was enchanted to help the wearer better navigate different climates, from cold nights to tropical heat. Tight-fitting leggings made of similar material to his tunic held deep pockets and were banded at the ankles. Shoes were often optional in elven culture, but were usually worn on the battlefield or for formal events. As his mission was non-combative, Galier opted to go barefoot. He loved the feel of nature between his long curling toes. The freedom of movement also meant he could more easily climb trees at pace should he need to. Finally, his throwing knives were attached to a small brown belt and they rested gently across his lower back. The sling filled with potions ran across his right shoulder to left hip, with the leather strap at the back also providing a slot to attach his quiver, which held 40 normal arrows and 20 tipped with a potent sleep agent that could be used for non-lethal force should he need it. A short sword was then placed through his belt on his right hip. Short in length, it rested against his thigh and did not travel beyond the knee. Despite the equipment, Galier was extremely mobile in his scouting attire and had spent much of his childhood learning to navigate the wilderness, hunt, and experiencing nature in all of its beauty. Unlike his family, however, he did not enjoy confrontation and was a pacifist at heart. The adventure and non-violent aspect of this mission suited him. As he prepared, his apprehension transformed into excitement. There was a new world out there ready and waiting to be explored. A soft tap of the bedroom door broke his trail of thoughts. "I've made you a light breakfast, son. Come join us downstairs." Galier opened the kitchen door to see his family sat around their dining table, significantly more subdued than the night before, which was filled with victory songs, stories, and ale. The genuine concern on his family's eyes was clear, despite them doing their best to hide it. They spent the next 45 minutes sharing heartfelt well wishes with a smattering of small talk to help ease the emotional burden. The family would be stoic in public, as would all of the others. Wartime was mobilizing again so soon after their last. It was now time. In his scouting gear, Galier left the family home and everything he had ever known, ready to do his duty. Slowly his family walked with him, his father and younger sister by his side, as the others trailed one pace behind. The streets were lined with friends and foreign faces, all wishing Galier well as he made the walk towards the central town square, 30 minutes ahead of sunrise. As he approached, he saw most of the other scouting parties and individuals had also arrived. Silently, he made his way next to Santara, parting ways with his family who joined the rest of the onlookers. "This is it, Galier. Be safe out there and return to me, and the same to you." They both looked at each other with sad eyes, sharing false smiles to reassure each other. Their moment was interrupted by Alaith as he appeared at the center of the prearranged summoning circle that had been carefully painted on the floor in the central square of their city. Each summoning circle was slightly raised in the middle of their town square, made of stones that were heavily imbued with magic to amplify the power of summoning rituals. The stones were well kept, cleaned and polished on a weekly basis. These circles helped move troops of the Elven army across their home world at pace and were decisive in their victories against the Stone Men and the most recent civil war across their home world. As the mages surrounded the summoning circle, the painted stripes began to glow a faint purple. All. Today we walk into the unknown. These brave souls have volunteered to support our city. They will venture as scouts for the Intelligence Association of Terralane. Alaith paused for breath, his words considered and calm. Each individual will go forth into this new world with one key objective: to find out if any of our allies, any of our families, or any other cities of the House of Eternal Sun have been transported here with us. Over the last 5 days, our handful of scouts that have not been training our young recruits have not yet identified any. We do know that the Stone Men have started to dominate a local territory known as Wales. Mount Varakis seems to have been transported to its northern location. As we know, Mount Varakis was a key military stronghold for them. I imagine it will not be long until they venture out from beneath their rock. Alaitha's voice now started to rise, gripping the onlookers and inspiring confidence amongst all who listened. Our plan is simple. We are the mighty city of Terralane. We held in the great wars. We fight for hope. We will never relent. As our scouts explore this land, we will continue to fortify this city, defend our land and repel every attack. We shall not sit for long. If a peace is not brokered soon, we will show this world just what we are capable of. The crowd erupted with cheers, fear replaced with pride and belonging. Their city's fighting prowess, the rich history of success and defending those in need permeated throughout. As the applause continued, the mages began their ritual, feeding the summoning circle with all of their arcane magic. As their mana reserves began to deplete, the city's spirit dancer, a rare class that was often pivotal in battle, offering recharge of mana, stamina, and in some instances even specific resets of crucial abilities to their teammates. Terralane was lucky enough to house 2 spirit dancers. In wartime, one would support their legion of magic whilst the other would hover around Braxton, turning him into an unstoppable and near-invulnerable juggernaut. Whilst the summoning circle continued to charge, Alaith commanded his griffin riders to clear the skies above them, and Hito had enacted his own ritual, surrounding the town square in a dome of smoke. The actions turned the crowds to silence. They looked to Alaith, a screen impervious to spies. They have their metal birds many thousands of feet above us. They will not see through this. Our griffin riders will ensure our skies remain clear. Now, the summoning circle is complete. As Hito calls up your names or squad numbers, please say your final goodbyes and make your way to the central platform. Our mages will then complete the final elements of the ritual to transport you to your target locations. As each individual or group was called up, they were offered the opportunity to say a line to the crowd, as was tradition. For honor, for freedom, for the House of Eternal Sun. It was Santara's turn. She was called to her group, ready to explore Ireland. As she stepped onto the central platform, her shoulder-length lavender hair flowed elegantly across her shoulders. She turned and locked eyes with Galier. For all of those that I love. Galier's heart stopped in his chest. Their friendship had been growing closer and closer over the years, and he had always secretly hoped she had felt the same way he had. He just never had the confidence to tell her. His introspection was interrupted as Alaith announced, "May the gods guide you safely, and with that the mages completed their ritual. In unison they whispered arcane magic, finalizing their complex spell. Purple wisps of magic rose up from the lines beneath the scouting party. Slowly they were full and shrouded by the purple mist, and then, quite simply, they were gone, fully transported to the adjoining location in Ireland that had been paired by Hito and his team. Galier's eyes glazed with tears, and he silently thought a prayer of safety for Centaura and her team. Galier called Hito to the forest north of here, the closest to home but traveling alone. With confidence he walked to the center of the circle, looked towards his family and called out to all for a brighter future. A brief popping noise filled Galier's mind. A quick blink, and all of a sudden, all he could see was a forest, alive with sound and rich in color. He was home,